Shout out to Black Men Unfiltered. What's up, my brother? Oh my God.
My man, Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to
you guys. Go follow this smart man right here. This smart man right here. Black Man Unfiltered. Go follow him.
It's a great show. It is an absolute great show. Yeah, you are missing out if you are not tuned in and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network.
I ain't ready yet.
Everybody in this panel, everybody in this chat, before you leave here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed, because whether you agree or not, you see that this is a higher level of conversation that we're having. So if you can hang with it, you're more than welcome to come on in and support Black Man Unfiltered and the messages that he's putting out here.
Man, that intro be going hard, bro. I promise, man. If you ain't bouncing to the intro, you a hater. But anyway, guys, what is up? What is up? How y'all been? How y'all doing? Man, it is good to be back in the crib tonight with you guys. All right, I always want to recognize everybody that's in the sanctuary tonight. Canadian-born Nigerian is in the building. Man, the beautiful book of Genesis is in the building tonight. Von Bryant, come on. He's in the building tonight. The Most High is in the building. Dante McCray, what's up, my guy? It's in the building tonight. Everybody that's here right now, I'm so happy to see you. I'm so peacock proud and honeymoon happy to see all of you in the building tonight. And so, hey, the ones that are coming in right now, if you're here for the first time, welcome to the sanctuary, guys. Get ready for a nice show, a great show tonight. Hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notifications button so you know when your boy is going live. So thank you so much. Tonight, we're having a huge conversation, guys. Here at Black Men Unfiltered, we try to have the conversations nobody else will have, no matter how tough they may get. And so tonight, we're talking about Black immigration. Is it a safe thing? Is it a good thing? Is it a thing that's bad? Are all the rumors and all the stuff true that people say about immigrants coming over here and looking down on the Black people that were already here? Right? There's a myth going around. They say some people say it's a myth. Some people say it's very true. So we're going to talk about that tonight on Black Men Unfiltered. Guys, when you come in tonight, go ahead and get in the chat. Let us know how you feel in the chat. Unfiltered, man. Let us know how you fill in the chat. Salute to you, Stephen Day. Thank you for being in the sanctuary tonight. So, without further ado, ladies first. Ladies first, we got to give it up for the beautiful book of Genesis. Guys, if you have never met the beautiful book of Genesis, you have lost your mind. You're about to get ready to meet one of the most amazing women this side of heaven. So let's go ahead and give it up. She's laid back, y'all. She got her hair thrown back, y'all. She is ready for some conversation tonight. So let's go ahead and give it up for my girl, the book of Genesis.
Hey, y'all.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm wonderful. How are you tonight?
I'm fantastic. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you that you're here and to have this conversation because it's going to be one. And I know. And so moving on. Oh my God, guys, this guy right here. This guy right here, he knows well. He'll give you hell. And his name is Mandrell. Guys, let's go ahead and give it up for my guy. Mandrell is in the building tonight. Mandrell.
Hey everyone.
What's going on, man?
Real.
Glad to be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you popping a lot, bro. So you may be too closer to something.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a new mic, so I'm testing out.
Oh, got your new mic. I'm so proud.
Yeah. Got some other stuff coming too. So
okay. Hey, okay. All right. So good to have you here tonight. But ladies, listen, this is for the ladies.
you said I give you hell, but I'm gonna give you some tonight, probably.
Hey, you still popping. You know what? You may have a oh, I see what kind of mic you got. I have that same mic. I'm trying to figure out what I used to do when it was popping like that. Hold on, give me a minute. I remember in a minute. Do you have your headphones plugged into the mic? Or into the
He's muted.
Yeah, he's muted. He's trying to figure it out. Yeah, I know what kind of mic you got right there. That's a nice one too. Nice USB mic. All right, say something. And I turn the volume up on your microphone. Now go down to the bottom of your laptop that you're using. Click down there by the sound where it says little speaker down at the bottom, and then change your sound to go through the microphone. So click the microphone, the Yeti. Yeah. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the ladies. This is for you, ladies. Ladies. This for y'all tonight. The guy, he used to be a stripper. He is well known in Nigeria. He's well known in Canada. He's well known on the islands. He's well known in New York. He's well known all over the U.S. They call him Baby Oil Bishop. Yes, they call him Baby Oil Bishop, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to get him in here tonight, but I can't bring him in without his drums because it would just be unnecessary to do that, to do it without the drums. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to you live, the Baby Oil man himself, Canadian-born Nigerian, Black David's in the building. Come on up, Black.
A new joke for me, Black Pimp. How you doing, Genesis?
Hey.
Look at that guy. He trying to pimp me out right now.
I'm sorry.
He instead of give me a cut.
Those drums be getting me going. So, so guys, it's good to see you, man. Black David, how are you?
I've been doing good, being blessed, taking it easy one day at a time with the creative city called New York City, aka Brooklyn.
Man, Brooktown. And how about you, Mandrell? I can't hear you. You know what you may have to do, Mandrell? You may have to go back to what you was doing, and I'll help.
He need tech support. I might have to help him.
Yeah, he need to. Yeah, so you may have to go back to what you was doing there first with just your headphones inside the laptop. Ladies. So let me ask y'all something, Genesis, before we get started.
Yes.
Genesis, if someone asks you, Lady Book of Genesis, what is a talent that you have that nobody else would know? What would you say?
A talent that I have that nobody else would know.
Or nobody else would think you have. Can you sing? Can you dance? Can you know, what you got?
I don't know. Other than being a biker chick, that's what comes to me.
Well, a lot of people may not know that. What kind of do
Yeah.
you have a bike?
I have 3 motorcycles at my home currently. Gixxer 1000,
Wow.
a Honda Fury,
Mhm.
and a Can-Am Spyder F3.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you like the Can-Am? That's the 3-wheel, right?
I love it. Yes, I love it.
Wow. So are you gonna sell any of them pretty soon?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. So when you're a biker chick, you a biker chick. When you get your bikes, you
I
don't let them
actually
go.
teach motorcycle classes part-time. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So have you ever traveled around the country on a bike?
Not on a bike, but I have traveled around the country.
Okay. Are you thinking about doing that one day?
No. On a sport bike, it's not an upright ride,
Mhm.
so you're going a long distance, it's kinda hard on your back,
Right.
and I'm still a speed demon, so I don't really like the cruiser thing, so,
Mm, okay.
yeah, long distance isn't for me. I'll fly, I'll meet you there, trailer to bike or something, yeah.
All right. So Black David, everybody wants to know about this black oil. Jenny's here. She's gonna make sure we get it out there. But we thank you, Black David, for being that a
And
black
every
oil.
time you sell this magic black oil, you never give me my cut. You trying to pimp me out good, aren't you? Huh?
You,
You know what I call you, aka Black Pimp?
yes, we ain't signing. Yes, I'm gonna have I'm gonna bring. We ain't signing up only for just right now because I was supposed
Check,
to have
check.
it.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely. There you go.
I
Sing
don't know
something.
why it keeps dropping connection. Like, is everything's done correctly? It just, for some reason, just dropped the connection to the mic.
Well, Mandrell, since you up and running now, what's a talent that you have that nobody else knows you have?
I'd rather not say.
Wow.
Well, at
Uh-oh.
least not tell that one.
Look at Genesis. Just uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What is it, Mandrell? Come on, share it with the
At
crowd.
least you can't tell that one. Another
Man,
talent that I
Dre
have
the
that
real
people may
strip
not
up
know.
in here.
Uh-oh, Mandrell, you the real strip?
Only private parties.
Oh, they call him.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Only
Uh-oh.
private
they
parties.
call him the yellow curtain because when he pull it back, it's over.
No, a talent that I have that no one knows.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus.
Oh, I'm a pretty good shot.
What kind of gun do you like to shoot?
I got several. I mean, like, what do you want to? What do you want to know? Like, what kind of handguns do I have?
Yeah.
Oh, Sig P226, Sig P229,
All
got a
right.
Walther P22, Smith Wesson 500. I got a 30-06, 12 gauge Mossberg. I got a couple of Armalite rifles. Yeah, that's
Damn.
about it. Yeah,
So,
a couple of Armalite rifles, and that's about it.
so it's safe to say if someone breaks in your house, it's not going to be good for them.
No. Because I'm the type, listen, I be waiting on that to happen. I ain't gonna lie. I'm waiting on that to happen.
Are you playing in it?
I ain't gonna even lie. I'm waiting. Please.
Oh my God.
Please come in.
Oh my God. So guys, we got one else in the back, and I want to bring him up. This guy really does his time. He comes in and I want to show some appreciation for him supporting the channel. He's all the way. Well, I'm just gonna play the music. Everybody already gonna know who it is anyway. Here we go. All the way from Shanghai, China. Give it up for my boy. We ain't signing in the building. We ain't signing. What's going on, man?
Hey man, what's going on? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody. Okay, I know you want me to do the introduction, so I'll say it. 大家好，你现在听 Blackman Unfiltered， 你可以拿你的小吃，你可以喝，听一下。好，我是 We Ain't Signing， 我的爱好是学习默书，谢谢。So
yeah.
Mandrell， 你好，我的墨西哥大哥。
Back at you, whatever that is. But I'd like to answer a question that was in the chat for me.
Yeah.
Jenny Morena asked me, no Desert Eagle? It's quite a fact, Jenny. Yes, I do own a Desert Eagle .50. I don't ever shoot it. you know, I hardly ever shoot it, but you know, it's one of those things you get when you're in your 20s, early 30s, because you know it's like, oh, it'd be cool to have one. And you get one, and you shoot it a few times, you're like, yeah, I'm never gonna use that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's kind of pointless. Like it's fun to shoot every now and again, but it's like after that, what?
Hey, you know what, man? You know what? You know what I don't like? Let me tell y'all something about me. I'm a singer, right? And I sing a lot. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I've been singing since I was a kid, but not even more now. Church, weddings, you know, other stuff. And so, but one thing I hate is when you become a guy that goes on a journey of dreads, right? Because I'm like in my culture, I got my dreads, right? And I got this dread girl. She's real good, right? Real good. And so I called her and she said, yeah, I got you. That was 3 weeks ago, right? I went up there. She wasn't there. I said, damn, black business owners. Then I said, okay, I'm coming back again this past Friday, still nothing. So today I was like, okay, what you gonna do? She's like, yeah, I'm ready. Then she called and said, I got an emergency. I gotta find me another dread person, guys. Somebody gotta figure this out.
Or you could do like David did and go with the kid and play.
Man, look, hey, y'all, I wanted to bring that up. Look at Canadian born. See, look at him.
He wouldn't get the kid and play. Look at him.
Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Ain't gonna hurt no.
You gotta do the feet too. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
you gotta do the feet too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So let me tell y'all something. We got one more person in the background here. I don't know if L Boogie coming. L Boogie, you see the link in the chat. But anyway, we got one guy coming up here, and I've never gave him a
challenge.
I never gave him an intro song, but he got one tonight. Let's go ahead and bring him up. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for yours truly. The guy that liked the way it rock, liked the way it shake. Give it up for your boy BJ in the house, Brian Jehovah. What's going on, bro?
Oh, Brian, yeah.
Man, what's going on, brother?
What's
man.
What's going on,
every
Brian?
time I hop on, bro, you make me feel like I'm somebody, man. and at home, I feel like a nobody, man. But when I come on here, I would feel like something.
Hey, Brian, at least you don't make you feel like a stripper, though. That's the difference.
Yeah. Well, listen, the stripper, you get all the women, man, and they money.
Hey, I'm married. Don't get me in trouble.
Now, Black David, it's a lot of married strippers, Black David. Now, let me tell you something. Now, if you got a phone call around 2:00 in the morning, she said, "Hi, Black David. My name's Kim Kardashian. Listen, me and my mom need a big black juicy baby oil stripper this weekend. We're paying $100,000 an hour.
You're also with the Kim K.
Can you come and strip for us?" Black David, what do you say to him? You are a damn lie. If Kim Kardashian called you to strip $100,000 an hour, you gone. Stop.
I just want to speak to everybody. What's going on, Genesis? What's going on, man? Drill. What's going on? We ain't signing. What's going on with Canadian born? Salute to my brother, Black Man. What's popping, Black Man?
What's going on, man? What's going on? So listen, guys, we got another person in the background. I gotta get him an instrumental as well as they come in. Let me see what I got here. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, yours truly, the guy that'll look at a camera and walk away from it because he's pissed off about something you said. Give it up for yours truly. The Oogie Doogie L Boogie is in the building tonight. Give it up for Lance. Give it up for Lance. Go ahead, get yourself.
What's up, y'all?
What's going on, man? J Pam, the link is in the chat, J Pam. But Jenny, if you could drop the link for me again, sweetheart, that'd be great for J Pam. But it's good to see you, L Boogie. Brian, we ain't signing Canadian born. Mandrell Genesis, what's up? All right, guys. So we're gonna start this conversation off like this here. The first question I want to ask is, do we think, and I'll start with the lady first, Miss Genesis, and Miss J Pam will be up here in a minute, so you're not alone, Miss Genesis. You'll have a company in a second.
I'm cool. I hold my own with y'all.
I know that's right. I know that's right. So,
You
do you guys think that immigration is hurting, or is it okay? I want to frame it correctly. Is immigration in this country from other African countries, people of our color, are we good with it, or we just don't want nothing? We don't want it at all. We'll start with you, Genesis.
Personally speaking, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Overall, what I hear from other people is that many are not good with it because of the way they feel they are treated by the immigrants who come here. Like they have an elitist attitude towards the people who are from the US.
Okay, and that's going to be my next question when I come back around, but I'll ask it when I come back around. So we'll go to Mandrell. Immigration from other African countries or people that are color, Jamaica or Africa or Nigeria, or just coming from any place with black skin, brown skin coming here. Is it a good thing, or we could do without it?
asked me personally, or what is the nation as a whole thing?
Well, personally.
Personally, it's fine. You know, you want to come from another country and come here and get an education and contribute to society. Cool. You know what I mean? More power to you. You know.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's just be prepared to deal with what you're gonna have to deal with when you get here.
Exactly. Okay. Let's see. So we'll ask. I want to go to Canadian-born Nigerian himself, who is also from another country. So, how do you feel about it being from another country?
I would say personally, I don't think it's much of a big deal to me.
Damn, boy, your microphone went to heaven and came back, didn't it? Jesus have mercy. Why your shit loud? I thought that was God said God. Okay, you good. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. Forgive me for that.
I was gonna ease by you, shit.
Like I was trying to say, to me personally, it's not a big deal. But at the collective in New York City, I hear two different side of narrative. One, just like Genesis said, some people from Africa come with an elitist mindset. That part is true. But on the other side, some people believe that African immigrants are not accepted here. Because I came here during the early 80s, so I understand the narrative that's being put out there. But there's another narrative I want to confront with Man with Prestige, aka Ola, because she did a reaction video of what you brought up a few days ago. And I want him on this panel because even though we're both Nigerian, we're both Yoruba, but I don't think he understands there's so many different experiences between the African immigrant that he may not understand what it is. Or I may not understand we may have two different stories, two different experiences. It's just I believe there's a miscommunication on both sides. That's what the problem is. From my point of view.
Somebody got some music in the background?
Yeah.
It hitting up.
Black man, you're muted.
Hey, that nigga.
Oh, I thought that was I
Put
thought that
Bernie
was
might be like, hey, yo, mama, nigga.
You got to get that strip,
Yo,
the strip music out. But thank you, Black Dave. You was done. Okay, all right, guys. So let's go ahead to We Ain't Signing. What you got, man? Can we do without immigration in the United States, or is it okay?
Okay, I don't want to sound xenophobic, and I don't have a problem with Africans immigrating to America. But I do have a problem with non-ADOS Black immigrants taking the things that we fought for during the civil rights. And one thing to kind of just quickly highlight. So, and I went to school in the 90s, right? So 1997, right? A majority of the Black student in Ivy League schools were ADOS or whatever you want to call it, kids of children of slaves, right? Majority, like 90% of the Black community when I went there. Today, over 90% of the Black people that are in Ivy League institutions are non-ADOS children, right? Or children who are not from slavery, right? So people like W. Du Bois, like, and if you went to UPenn, you know that dormitory, right? People who fought for the things that we have. Now, I don't have a problem with them coming to America, making the way like other immigrants do, Polish, Koreans, et cetera, but I do have a problem when we start sharing resources that were meant for our children. Because yes, we are from the same continent, but we still are different. When you look at China, when you come to China, right, you have the Japanese community, you have the Korean community, then you have Chinese people, right? Now, when you look at them, they're all Asian, but there's a difference, right? All other races understand that. All other races, but all other groups understand that, right? We're European, so we will band together. But my Italian brother comes before my British brother, right? If I'm Korean, my Korean brother comes before my Japanese brother, right? So there's a hierarchy of things. So I don't have a problem with other immigrants coming, but I do have a problem using resources that were designed for us. And I'll close with that.
Well,
hold on. I'll let everybody get in a minute. We'll discuss that. So let me say this, guys, before we continue. I have someone else in the background that was going to be here, that was scheduled to be here, and I'm glad she is. She's a free spirit, and she's always about having good spirit, and so she came on my platform the other day when we were talking about this very thing, and we had a conversation. So I want to welcome to the platform tonight my sister, Miss J. Pam, is in the building. I got an intro for her as well. Let's get it out the way. Miss J. Pam, come on in here.
Hey.
What? Oh, shit.
What's going on?
How's your spirit, y'all?
Good. Spirit's good. Good spirit's good. So
thank you for having me.
Now I want to go to my boy Brian Jehovah. Brian Jehovah, we've had this conversation before, so I can already read your mind and where it's going.
I've never heard what Brian had to say about it. This is going to be. I got a feeling I already know what he's going to say.
Absolutely.
But I got a feeling. So, let's have it, Brian.
So, Brian, is immigration from other African countries, is it okay? Or can we do without?
I want to say this before I start. When me and the Canadian had our back and forth about it last time, I just want to say, Canadian, what I say does not reflect what I say about Nigerians does not reflect you. How you explained it last time, brother, I appreciate that because you see both sides of it and you understand what foundational Black Americans or ADOS or whatever or African Americans feel about it. And I thank you for that because you didn't piss poo on that. And I want to apologize for me being very ill-tempered towards you and not letting you finish your thought, thinking you was like the other Nigerians. So, my brother, I humbly apologize.
Yeah, because you're one of the good ones.
Yeah. He is. We ain't signed and broke it down perfectly. So I'm not. That's why I was gonna say what we ain't signing was saying. But the other thing I was saying was just for me, it's just more so of the disrespect for what my ancestors have been through out here. You know, saying that we don't have a culture, saying we don't, we haven't done anything and stuff like that. You know, I think that's one of the things that bothers me the most. Just the disrespect of my ancestors. Like my ancestors didn't die for you to come over here and for you to come over here and be so disrespectful. You know, I just think it's wrong, man. You know, even just my grandparents, you know, what they fought for, what my granddaddy killed the white man for, you know, defending his life. You know what I mean? So just stuff like that and just seeing pictures I post on my social media page or stuff I share with my kids, you know, I take that to heart. You know what I'm saying? Me being from Mississippi, me knowing my lineage, me knowing what slave plantation my grandfather came from, me understanding my grandmother was never a slave. She was a free motherfucker, you know what I mean? So just knowing their history and seeing other groups from not even just Africa, but just from Caribbean islands and stuff like that, just the disrespect that they have for us, it's crazy because if it wasn't for us, they would not be here. Just keep in mind, I think it was 0.3%. No, I think it was 3% in the 60s, and then it increased after the civil rights movement. I might be wrong on the percentage of black immigrants that was here before the civil rights bill passed, but it was around that figure. But my thing is just the closing. I don't have nothing against my African brother. We all look the same. But my personal fight will always be, I don't expect nobody to fight like I fight, but it's always white folks. It's always white folks. And my thing is when these folks get over here, they undermine us. They join these folks. You know what I'm saying? So my mindset always white supremacy. I can't knock what nobody else believe or do, but that's my thing. But I'm going to close it out. I'm sorry.
No, you have to apologize. Yeah. And so, Lance, what do you have? Can we do without immigration, or is it okay for them to come into the country and take advantage of
and we could do without. I didn't answer the question. We can do without.
Okay.
Just so you know, hell no, we don't need that. I think it's hard to answer this question without asking the Native Americans first. Like,
ooh.
I mean, do we have a right
Dude,
to have an opinion?
Yes, there's like 7 of us left. We don't count. We stopped counting a long time ago.
And look, if 7 white people split America into a whole, I bet you they wouldn't say, you know what, we don't count. Let's just go ahead and give it to the other 350 billion.
Again, dude.
No, they'd be like Rothschild.
Dude, there's like me and 6 more.
It doesn't matter though. Their extinction doesn't knock their validation.
Right. I'm gonna let you get it. I'm gonna let y'all get it in a minute, man. I'm gonna let y'all cook. But
their extinction doesn't mark their validation. I'm just saying that we're talking about a country that's pretty much been raped and ran through. Yeah, we worked it. I mean, and everything. And me personally, the only thing I have against immigration, I mean, just do your work. You're here. Do your work and don't cause no fucking trouble. I need you to act like a felon while you're here for a good 10 years and be humble. Be humble.
You said a felon?
Yeah, act like a whole probation, on probation. Yes. Wow. I need you to act like you're gonna get extradited out this motherfucking country. Because you should be humble. Like you coming over here and it's like, we know we kind of lazy. I mean, we're conditioned and shit like that. I mean, and that's what they see. That's the same shit that they put out about us, years ago. They put out about us now. And that's what they believe.
Okay.
So
so you're saying we can do without?
I don't think it's a thing of like do with or without, but I do think it's important to note that, I mean, if we don't let people in, like we're not really kind of America. That's what we known to be. Like we have a whole statue and shit. I mean, we already a melting pot. I mean, we already trying the shit. Come on over.
Absolutely. So, JPM, can we do without immigration, or is it okay? It's okay to bring them in and let them enjoy the freedoms that we have here.
First of all, Black David, I want to co-sign Brian Jehovah's statements. I didn't make I didn't presume about you, but I'm gonna say something that's gonna make a whole bunch of other folks feel some type of way. Okay. I think that we can do without, and the reason that I think we can do without is because y'all came over here and bent the fucking knee. Let's just be real about the shit. Some of us have been over here fighting this suppression and doing all of this and trying to get you over here so that you can have a better opportunity. And then what do we get in return? Oh, well, we're better than you because we got the culture that you got and we came over above the ship instead of below. Well, guess what? You bent the knee. In order to do that, you came over here, you signed up for the schooling, you signed up for the indoctrination. It was pushed on us. You said, hey, we'll take this shit freely. So I think we can do without. Full stop.
Does anybody want to respond to JPam since everybody has gone already?
Well, JPam, while I do understand where you're coming from with that, and Lord knows I've had my moments where I felt that way, same way as you and Brian. To be honest, I mean, I felt that way before too. But when you look at America, and this is going to sound patriotic, but not really. But when you look at America, it was meant to, it's a country where people from other nations can come over from places where they can't get the opportunities come over and have the opportunity to have a good life, or at least make a decent life for themselves. That's why I'm like, okay, with immigration, yeah, you come from. I've seen some of these countries, and let me tell you, man, if you've been to certain places in Congo or fucking Syria, the Middle East, I'm all right with immigration. If you want to get out of that, yeah, by all means, come try your luck over here. It's better. Even if you end up being a bum and sleeping under a bridge, it's better than some of the conditions they live in Afghanistan. Seriously. So with that, again, I do understand what you're talking about with the attitude. I've met Africans like that too, and for people who have the attitude, yeah, I'm with that. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had a guy tell me, I'm like, yo, man, why y'all don't like us? He said, because you've been here all this time, you still don't have shit. I'm like, have you read American history?
Hey, you know what? And you know what?
Right. And look, bro, I mean,
the reason that we're laughing is because I've heard it before as well.
Right.
There's no way you guys should be here for 38, 40 years and y'all don't have shit to show for it. Like,
I've never had that before. I never had that. I mean, like, how can you talk about somebody you came from another country to get something better? Like, we ain't even doing nothing and we're better.
Right, and the thing is, let me finish this.
I want to hop in real quick. I want to kind of separate myself real quick on this, because when I don't have an issue with people coming over to America. I mean, it was the great experiment. This was what it was supposed to do, right? People from all walks of life come to this kind of melting pot, where I have the issue, where I have the issue is
of white people.
Where I have the issue is when we're the division and splitting of assets, because and I want to make this kind of clear, right?
Please break that down. We ain't signed. That's the economic side. I want you to break down.
Right, because it's not so much about attitude; it's about the privileges that African immigrants enjoy, which they should not enjoy or do not deserve to enjoy. And I'm going to give you a comparison, right? So when African immigrants come over here, they can enjoy affirmative action. They can enjoy, meeting the quotas of having Black people, etc. Now, I own a business in Kenya, right? In Nakuru, 30 minutes outside of Kenya in East Africa. When I had to register my business, I had to pay $100K upfront USD. When I opened my business in China, it only cost me $3,000, residence visa, all that stuff to be incorporated. For me to get incorporated in Kenya, I had to pay $100,000, right? There is no, and I had to pay taxes, right? There is no exempt from taxes because I'm welcome back home. There is no benefits for me doing business over there, right? I pay foreign fees, I pay foreign taxes, right? And I had to incorporate as a foreigner, not as a local, right? So when I'm over there, I have 10 workers, all Kenyan. I don't get any type of government or some kind of assistance whatsoever. Right. And I don't go over there. Right. I get no assistance whatsoever. But African immigrants come over to the US and they get everything that we have fought for. I'm only third generation, not born a slave. My great grandmother was born a slave. My grandmother wasn't, my mother wasn't, and me. I'm only 3 generations moved from slavery. Right. So this is where I have the problem, because, we say welcome home, this and that. But where's the financial benefit? I get more financial beneficial love as an American abroad in Asia than in Africa. And I have to help your economy. But before I help your economy, I got to pay you $100,000. But you come to the US, you just need to spend $100,000. And you get all the benefits. Affirmative action, minority business status, right? Small SMB minority status. You get all those things that ADOS worked for. And that's where I have the problem, because we don't get the same things abroad in your country.
Right now, when we ain't signed it, you ain't gonna get no pushback from me on that one. See, on that one, I wholeheartedly agree with you and Brian, because that's something I found out about years ago. You know what I mean? About how they can come over here, and it's just as easy for them to start a business as it is for me. In fact, some of the taxes I paid, they don't have to pay.
They don't pay. Immigrants don't pay taxes
Right.
in the U.S.
That's all I'm about to say.
Years.
Some of the taxes I paid, they don't have to pay. You know what I'm saying? I pay taxes on a business. I ain't even launched a product yet. And I had to pay taxes this year. I'm like, where's your product? It's still in R&D, research and development, right? Because for me, the quality has to be there. I'm like, okay, I still got to pay taxes? Yep. Guess what I had to do?
That harms the progression. That harms the progression of ADOS because those things should only be enjoyed by us.
Mm-hmm. It should. I agree wholeheartedly.
It's no hate on them. No hate.
I have
no hate because I have no problems dealing with, like, the first woman I was engaged to was from Kenya, right? And I'm just saying, how you treat us abroad, that's how we should treat you at home. That's all. Because when you go over there, they're like, oh, welcome home. Everybody's polite. Kenyans are lovely people. But when it came down to the assets and divisions, hey, you're not one of us. You cool, you are cousin, but you ain't one of us. But when we share our assets, that stops progression because you need assets to progress. And that's where I have the issue. Live amongst us, cool. Marry amongst us, cool, no problem. But you cannot enjoy the business benefits we get, the educational benefits we get, because, hey, at the end of the day, that belongs to the generations of slaves. And you guys just
we ain't signed. I got a question. Basically, I remember in '92, my father used to tell me about Pan-Africanism, right? And I was a young boy, I didn't really understand it. And he said, Brian, don't you ever fall for it because it's not reciprocated. He said,
it's one way.
And I remember we used to go out there to Nigeria. I forgot. I know we went to I'm having a brain fart, but anyway, we went to a parts of Nigeria when I was younger, and I said, why is it not reciprocal? When I go out there, they show me so much love, like they love me, they say welcome.
Yeah.
But why we can't, get reciprocated back? Because you remember, well, I'm younger than you, but you remember back in the day, and everybody else, man, we love Africans, man. You know what I'm saying? And with Pan-Africanism, we were supposed to work together. That's why the civil rights movement. The plan was to come on over here. We already fighting. We already crushing these people. So come on over here and help us with the fight. But they undermined us. Now they in higher positions and political offices. They in entertainment. And they're spreading false narrative. And they bring their own in and shutting us out.
It's not new to the diaspora, though. It's not new to the Black folk immigration thing, right? So I was speaking to a young gentleman who's Sicilian earlier, and he was like, yeah, when we were over here, right around the same time frame, they got reparations based off of our fight for reparations back then.
So,
the Italians. So we don't talk about those things. The fact that they were immigrants the same way at a particular point, and then around the 60s, they became predominant culture white, and that's how we got. That's why it's not just about Africans, right? It's the fact that we are the melting pot, that they're just us. We don't talk about the fact that we and everybody who isn't white, male, and propertied is actually the GDP that runs this country. We're all a part of the slave system. So no, I don't think that more people should come over here and invest into that nonsense. I think stay where you are, get your tribe right, get your house right, and then let's all take the capitalist system, white supremacy, and colonization down. That's my perspective.
Well, the thing is, it's not really going anywhere because when you look at Black neighborhoods and Black areas of town in any particular place in America as a whole, all the beauty supply stores are owned by Asians, and most of the restaurants are owned by Asians or Indians, and they open up businesses in our neighborhoods and our side of the town, but they don't live in
we can't speak on them right now because we can't talk about them.
Yeah, I got you. But they don't live on our side of town. If you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I got you.
If you try to buy beauty supply, if a Black woman, say Genesis and J. Pam, came together and says, "Hey, girl, let's open up a chain of beauty supply stores," right? We see they doing it, so it's for us, so it should be by us, and so they do so. When they try to buy their products from overseas, just like everyone else does, when they find out that J. Pam and Genesis are Black, they're gonna pay sometimes double, sometimes triple for the inventory. But if they figure they're, from that part of the world, Asia, but then they'll pay a regular reasonable price.
You can talk about. I mean, just don't talk about the government. But other than that, right. Because when I'm here, I am monitored. Just to let you know, when I am here, there is other people listening.
I know your internet ain't like the rest of it.
Quick question.
So let me.
If the black immigrants are doing everything else that all the other immigrants are doing, are we mad at them because they're doing it and they're black? Or are we mad because they're getting the opportunity and we're not?
No, the thing is, we have the same opportunities. Some of it, for me, some of it is like, okay, you sit here complain, but you don't take advantage of the things that they're taking advantage of because they're out there. However, at the same time, they come over here and they get grants, they get low interest loans, they get a lot of other stuff that gives them a jump start in being able to start their own business, which we do not. Because of the immigration status, they come over and they get a head start at it. Whereas we have to start from the ground up, from our bare ass.
I mean, we could build that back down too. We can go through legislation and we can have that.
No, you're not doing that.
Okay, I'm just telling you the process. I'm not saying I'm going to stop on the motherfucking steps. I'm just saying that they work. I mean, they work the process. That's all they do is work the process. We didn't make that for them. Somebody else made that for them. Just like there's other shit for us that somebody made for us that's not us. I mean, there's a whole.
I get what you're saying.
1 second. Let me explain. Please let me explain.
Going nowhere.
So Lance, African immigrants get special status that for like grants and loans and tax exemption for being an immigrant. That is not available to us because we are not immigrants.
No,
it's just not available to us.
So
then on top of that, please let me finish, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Then on top of that, they get resources that are meant and designed for African Americans, right? And those resources are limited. They're not infinite, right? So for every black immigrant that gets that means one less ADOS person gets it. Thanks. So now you're getting immigrant benefits plus ADOS benefits. So this is the problem.
Hold on, Mandria, real quick. So
I'm trying to get educated. Like I said, I don't really have so I'm really listening to y'all. I'm just like, I don't understand why we upset. I see foreigners coming over here and getting our shit every day. I see foreigners over here talking shit about us every day. And it's the same people that allow them over here, that allow them to talk about us. Like, it just seems like there's a certain anger towards like the black ones. I know I've heard shit about Nigerians. I'm not sticking up for anybody. I'm really like clueless. We got
two on the panel that haven't spoken yet. So we got two Nigerians on the panel right now. Right?
Well, let them go ahead. We're talking about them getting all the shit first anyway.
Yeah, so let's get Man of Prestige. Are you ready? Thumbs up if you're good.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. So Man of Prestige, you go ahead, and then Black David, I'm gonna let you cook. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. Sorry about that. I'm driving. I chose to drive tonight, but I kind of got the email late. But I wanted to make sure I jump on. Salute to everyone on the panel. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to. I wanna approach this conversation with all humility. That's been my power. Just want to lead with that up front. There's only two sides I can hear. There's probably about 10,000 sides to this story that we're talking about today. There's only two sides I can speak to, and that's the first side is as a Nigerian, the son of an immigrant that was born here, raised in Nigeria. The second side is as a Nigerian American, right? So those are the two experiences that I have any kind of context about. All the sides of the Black experience in America, I don't have. So I have to approach it with humility. I will not be speaking too much to it. I will just be educated. I choose to come here to just be educated today. And I'm all ears to continue to learn. Just in the past 15 minutes that I've plugged into listening, I've already learned a few things. One thing I do understand, I understand human behavior, just in general. I do feel like human beings have behavior patterns. So if I sit here and I start to listening, if I don't listen in with that humility that I just talked about, there's a good chance I will start hearing condescension. I will start hearing sarcasm. I will start hearing or looking for ways that I can take an offense. And I choose not to do that today. I think it's just a human behavior thing, and we have to. I've recognized myself that I have to learn how to not do that. Just listening with an intention to be educated. Worst case scenario is I will learn what not to do. That will be the worst case scenario. Now, as far as the two people that I have beef with, the Nigerian who comes over here to engage in conversations that they understand nothing about. I have beef with them, serious beef with them. It's arrogance at all types of levels. You don't know what you don't know until you're in it. If you're never in it, you will never be in it. You can learn all you can learn from a textbook. You can read all the histories you want if you want to. You could be a historical student, blah, blah, blah. You could be all of that. It's still bullshit if you've never lived the experience. And we definitely should learn how to stay out. The other type of Nigerian that I have beef with is the one that's continuing to fuel the fire of a divide between brothers. It doesn't help anything, right? It does not help anything. The truth is that every group of human beings in the world, they have like little beef that they inherited from their parents, their ancestors, and stuff like that. Some of them are facts. Some of them are just falsified, passed from generation to generation nonsense. We don't know what is what, and that's why I said we have to approach with humility, right? Eventually, we're able to discern and just feel on things and just know that, okay, this one has to be true. We know for a fact that slavery is the worst part of human history. We know that part, right? We know that slavery goes way beyond colonialism. We know that colonialism continued into imperialism. We know that the land mass of 50 countries plus in Africa is still under this oppression. We also know that we should never be comparing and be trying to compete when it comes to who is suffering more, who is the more oppressed. We know that part. So, yeah, that's the part I really wanted to start with in this conversation. I'm all ears. I would love to answer the question with regards to the Nigerian American experience. There is a very good chance that there is an extremely good chance that as a group of people, we've approached things from a very arrogant standpoint. And it's usually because we just don't know any better. Like, we don't realize what we found ourselves in, right? You just came here, you got a visa, or you were born here by some Nigerian parent, and you just living life like everybody else until you start to get educated. Like, wait, I had a privilege. Oh, I didn't realize I had a privilege. At some point, this conversation you can start to align it like an analogy between the Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter, right? There's two different things completely. We can't compare, right? One is a conversation, the other one is a different conversation altogether. So if it sounds at some point that I'm speaking from both sides of my mouth, it's intentional. I want to make sure that I am not offending anyone. Thank you for having me, Black Man Unfiltered.
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother. All right, so last but not least, it's our second Nigerian here tonight. Canadian-born Black David. What are your thoughts on what you heard so far?
Once before I said it, I'm glad that Ola is here at another Nigerian brother because he have his experience, I have mine as well. Growing up, Ola, I know you know that there's a group of people who come from a particular sect. When I say sect, they're like religious people, and they are CTC because we call them white garment people. There are two types. You have the Celestial Church of Christ, and you got a CNS. My mom and dad, when they came here, they're part of a religious group called Celestial Church of Christ, CTC, the wear white garment. And I listen to the elders from their conversation, eavesdropping, when they talk about negative stuff about African American folks, equity, why they act this way, why they act that way. And they say a certain phrase that was mostly common until I went back to Nigeria and I asked my relative to get the understanding what that means. It took me almost 5 years while I was staying there for 7 years that one of my aunts told me the phrase was a village term that being used. And they were calling people certain. I don't want to say it out here because I want people to understand there's a negative stereotype that being passed down from generation to generation, from the older generation. And when they time puts on to the younger generation, like me, for example, I choose to hear both sides first before I make my judgment. I wasn't the ass kisser or just jump the bandwagon. I'm always curious. I want to ask questions why people think a certain way, why people act a certain way, what's the problem behind us. Because living out here first in the U.S. from the early 80s to 1989 before my mom sent me to Nigeria because they said I was misbehaving. Living in Nigeria for 7 years, I went to school, elementary school and high school. I experienced the different cultures directives that were being pushed out based on, like all I would say, we ignorant, which I totally agree. Now, there's another group of Nigerians who don't believe that type of nonsense. They like to connect the bridge. But when do you think that certain way, they think you a sellout. Me living out here in this when I came back, they expect me to be a complete Nigerian. I cannot act like I'm American. So I became the black sheep because they're afraid I'm too Americanized. I don't act the way they act. I don't think the way they think. I don't think I'm better than everybody else. That's the ego and the pride that a lot of Nigerian carry with themselves from the old generation. They were just saying that Nigeria is the part of Africa because they're too prideful. They think they're better than everybody, but you're not better than everybody. You have some flaws. No one here is perfect, but they come off that way. I comprehend that, but I don't like it. So 90% when I'm out here, people don't think I'm a Nigerian because I don't act so flamboyant. I don't act so bold. I don't act so prideful. I keep a low profile because I never think I'm better. I'm better who I am than I was last year or when I was 2 years ago or three. I'm trying to better myself as an individual. But I would never want to come off and approach somebody as if that because I'm a Nigerian, you below me. No, I don't think that way. But there are some Nigerians who think that way because they're being taught that way from young, from youth. That is where the pound like to be. Now, for African American people who look down on African people because living according to Pier 20, I can next year how many schools I've been out here in New York City. Pier 11, Pier 20, Zero Joy High School. There was an narrative in high school whereby they make fun of it because they see what I told on Natural Geographic. That I have people ask me, is it true y'all walk around with the fig leaf around your waist, stuff like that? Man, you know what I'm talking about. Those type of narrative. I get that from elementary school. I get that from high school. It was so much. One time, when they came out with the movie Coming to America, this really happened. This real story. Doing roll call, one of the teacher, white teachers, saw my name. Instead of calling my name, he cracked a joke. Prince Kim, are you in? Just trying to take a jab at me. The whole classroom went up into laughter. I felt somehow. I know what he was trying to do, so I
Black
didn't
David,
want to say anything.
hold on for a second. Let's go back a little bit.
Word up, David. You got to admit that
Black
is
David,
kind
go
of
back a
funny,
little
man.
bit. Black David. So you're saying you were there and you didn't even know this man
No,
when he called you that, when he said Prince Hakeem.
the movie came out in theater
Uh-huh.
when I was in
It
high
was in the
school.
80s. In the
Okay.
80s.
So he must have seen the movie. So to crack a joke on me, said I'm an
Right.
African kid in the classroom in high school. That he saw my name, that of calling my name, he decided to replace it with Prince Hakeem, the character in Coming
Right.
to America. So when he did that, everyone who knew and who have seen the movie caught on to the joke, and the whole class went up into laughter. So when class was over, I'm leaving my classroom. Some people add on to the joke. One say, "Oh, should I hop on one leg?" Or one put or start singing, "Yo, Queen." I got roasted for 2 weeks nonstop with
I
those
bet you
Coming to
did.
American jokes.
I'd have been one
yeah.
of them.
So
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I
I
would
ain't
have got
gonna
it
lie.
too, bro.
so I
Me
get
We
and
joke
I
Brian
out
right
here,
there.
man. We roast, man. We roast each other, man.
I
That's
know,
just our culture
I
here,
get
bro.
that, but at that
Yeah.
time, my self esteem wasn't strong yet. I felt
Oh,
somehow, but I didn't say anything besides, I just leave it alone. I just kept quiet because at that time I was isolated because one, I have friction within my family. I didn't get along with my mom and dad because I didn't follow their culture. Remember,
yeah.
I was Americanized. I wasn't truly African the way they wanted to be. I didn't think ignorant like them. So in between a hard plate and a rock. I'm getting chewed up by my family, and I get make fun of by my friends that supposed to be my friend. So I was isolated throughout high school until they went back, sent me back to Nigeria again. Well, complete myself in here, and everything changed. But what I'm trying to point out is there's always going to be a miscommunication among African immigrant and African American. Me, I learned to understand the plight of the African American, I understand their history, because that got me curious about what they did. And I look back at my country like, it's funny, we have dictators. But before we had dictators, we have a first civilized president. Only for one term. After that was dictatorship for almost, 20 years or so. No one would risk their life to fight for their freedom. But even when the dictatorship was over, what I find it ironic that the former dictator came back again to be civilian president, which I like, who will vote for these people not realize it was rich? The last couple of elections in half of my country were politically rich for their advantage, with no different from Russia where they did their own thing. So I did kind of like felt somehow like, what's the point of going out here act like you all did? A lot of Nigerians left the country and never want to go back. There are plenty of them in the US, there are plenty in the UK, and other regions around the world. Now you ask them to go back. Maybe when they go back when they're a celebrity whatsoever, but would they want to live there? No, they don't want to. They know what's going on behind closed doors. So the narrative that's going on here on the ground of the U.S. soil about African immigrant, I realize the next generation has to change the narrative. We can't allow the old generation to keep pushing that same ignorant narrative. I'm neutral. I don't take sides. My wife is Trinidadian. I told you the story before in the past. I don't want to repeat it again because my wife is Trinidadian. I'm officially a black sheep. I didn't marry to a Nigerian woman
Wow.
because the
Like
thing is,
David, is that has that been? Would you honestly say though that like that is the narrative, like being Nigerian and like being completely and true, like deep down, truthfully honest with yourself? Is that how most Nigerian people are or come
from
off as? And don't they
what
do they got to do with like y'all culture, or do y'all just come over here hateful as niggas?
I'm glad you asked that question because that's the same question I asked myself throughout my preteen, my teenage years before I became an adult. Because I asked them, is this culture where the book for it? Okay, I'm not a stupid idiot.
Somebody got to cut that music off in the background before we get
Yeah.
strike.
Yeah.
Like real talk.
I don't know. I don't have music in my background. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
somebody's got
But
music on.
Well, Mandrell muted, so it ain't him. J Pam muted. Man of
That ain't
Prestige
me.
muted. I don't have nothing on going on in here.
give me a moment. Give me
I
one
see you
second.
just gonna
Five
say
seconds.
Lance, like I got some kids or some shit, nigga.
Yeah.
I ain't got no man, I ain't got none of
So
that.
while we waiting on Black David to get back, OG Patrice, welcome. How you doing?
Hey,
OG.
how
I'm
everybody
OG.
back.
doing? Salute, salute, salute.
How
How
you
y'all
doing?
doing? I'm
So
good.
the question that was asked before you got here was, can we um can we do without um immigration, or is it okay? What do you think?
I,
Oh, that's why.
I have no problem with
This might.
people if they come over here legally. Like I have no problem with that. Like I was all for, and I admit that openly. I was all for what Trump was pushing, as far as the immigration with them coming over here illegally and taking jobs and taking, a lot of the opportunities, a lot of the wealth and economic that we as Americans don't get over here. And especially, y'all know I'm ADOS. I'm ADOS member. So the biggest fight that we have is fighting a non-black people, non-foundational Black Americans, or non-ADOS people, right? So and just to say, it's so funny because John Rambo just got um blocked on another channel because he is a Nigerian that was over there on Miss Real Estate's channel called Amir Akata, talking about another black woman that's in Africa because she rocked with us. He was calling her Akata and talk about how she was getting a train ran on her. You see what I'm saying? So he over here to troll, and don't worry that name Akata is gonna come out of his mouth in a minute. He's
Yeah.
gonna start
I
calling
was
us
about to say, I'm
all on this
sorry.
panel
Don't block
Akata.
him.
Okay.
Don't block him. Let him give himself enough
So
rope to hang himself with.
he don't know I get around in these YouTube streets because I'm in these YouTube streets fighting for my people. See? Yeah, right. Yeah,
Don't let it bother you, OG Patrice.
No,
Don't let it
I'm
bother
just
you.
saying. Nope, I'm just saying. But I'm just giving y'all the heads up because it was just gonna be a matter
Appreciate
of
it.
time. And
Appreciate it.
when we played the video that
No, hey, hold John Rambo. Come on now.
you see what I'm saying? I told you.
Come on now, John Rambo. Come on now.
Here's the thing. Here's what I don't
The
understand. See,
disrespect.
You gotta
You
be
see what I'm saying?
respectful.
And then they try to say ADOS is fighting with them. No, they come
Jenny.
over to FBA and ADOS and they fight with us in the chats. I'm a member. I sit on the board. I know what goes on. They fight with us. They call us names. They come over here in this country and then they want to rock with the quote unquote Caucasian persuasion, but then they want to be black when it's convenient for them to get black. And that's what I have the problem with
Go ahead, Jenny.
with immigrants like that. And I'm not talking about all, so let me be clear on that. So please I don't want to get no inboxes. I don't want black men getting emails and in chats. Somebody, if she's talking about all. No, I don't mean all, I mean some. And the ones that do that know what I'm talking about. When you got somebody like Canadian born that I've been on many panels with, and he talk about his experience. Obviously, I'm not talking about him, but I'm talking about people like John Rambo. That's the kind of people I'm talking about.
Gotcha. Here's the thing. I would like that guy to cam up. It feels I want him to cam up and come on because I want to hear his point of view. I want to know what this is all about. I find that mentality that he has. I find it absolutely hilarious. I really do. But here's the thing. I know how it feels on our side because we're taking the brunt end of the insults and whatnot and being looked down on. Where does that come from? Why do you think you're superior when your country is full of flies and shit? I've been there. Y'all need to start snorting that brown partner because all of you are fucking crazy.
Man, Jarrell,
Okay?
it's
Man,
because
Pam, did you say Al-Qaeda?
Man, Jarrell, they get whitewashed over there about us, about foundational Black Americans or ADOS people. They get whitewashed over there in their country, and then they come over here and they rock with them against us. But then when it's convenient for them to claim that
But
they're immigrants,
Patrice, here's
they
the thing.
get
What you just
advantages
said.
off of the backs of
Okay.
us,
I
and
get
not
it.
knowing that we have
What
fought
was
for them
saying?
for immigration since the
Gotcha.
civil rights up until current.
Gotcha. Hold on,
And real
Patrice.
quick,
But
man,
here's the
Can I
thing. Here's
respond to
one
that,
thing that
please?
don't bother
Hold
me.
on.
One second.
Here's the things
Can
that
I
don't
respond
bother
to
me.
One second. Jenny's Jenny and Vaughn are in the chat. And so Vinny, if I'm not looking at the chat, but they're very good at what they do. So if we get too rude in the chat, they're going to time you out. They're going to time you out.
Now, here's the thing with people like that. Okay. That makes it worse what OG Patrice said, because that means you've been over there under white people who oppressed Africa for God knows how long, and you got whitewashed over there. So you were a slave in Africa, and you got brought over here as a double agent, and you're still working you're still the white man's bitch. And you think you're better than us? This
Can I
is
just
why I
say
said
something?
get fucked.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me say something. Let's first of all disarm a John Rambo before we continue the conversation. If you remember when I first came in, I said I understand human behavior. What will happen if we don't control that right now is that the negativity from one person will take over the conversation, right?
Right.
And we want to make sure that we have a constructive conversation. I've heard OG Patrice enough in this YouTube street that I know that she doesn't mean all. I know that part, right? But I also love humans, and one person can trigger all of us into the worst of us, right? So, but if let's start there's some truth coming out of him. Let's not discount that either, right? There's some truth coming out of him, And if you have any specific question with what you've heard from people like him or her, I don't know who that person is, then let's ask direct questions and let's see if we have answers for them, right? From our
You're right.
standpoint, at
You're
least you
absolutely right,
have
OLA.
at least you have brother David, you have myself, right? And you know us, we have our own platforms in this space, and but we have certain experiences. Well, we also know that on all sides, not just two sides, there's Africans, there's African Americans, then there's also the white supremacists, right? The system, right? We
Right.
know that on all sides, there's going to be somebody that has their own agenda. The agenda is not necessarily born out of innocence. A lot of it is stuff that they're regurgitating from their ancestors, right? So we just want to unpack all of that in a very constructive way. And at the end of the day, part of the white supremacist is for us to start fighting each other.
I just want to say something right quick before J Pam say something. I just want to say something. Keep in mind, we are not just focusing on black immigrants, because no offense, y'all not the y'all, it's nothing y'all can do to hurt us. We really focus, it's really mainly other groups too. Like the Mexicans, where my brothers at, like those people that come over here and they practice even more racism towards us. So we fighting against them also. So we're not. I just want to put
That's
that out
true.
there.
That's
We're not just
absolutely
talking
true.
about my African and my Caribbean people, because we understand, we get it. We both the same color. We go through the same oppression across the world, but it's just the people that look like us is just very kind of confusing a little bit. But we know who our enemy is from the jump. That's it's a little different with us in America compared to all over the world. We know the white boy the enemy. We know the this dude the enemy. The stanky dude with that stank at the stores, he our enemy. So we fighting against all of that. The dude that crossed the border illegally, they hate us too. Let's not forget these George Zimmermans of the world. So we are not just attacking our brothers from just the diaspora. We are checking them. That's all. We just doing a checking. Y'all need to, not you, Caribbean, or my brother Ola, or nothing like that. It's nothing against you, brother. My brother, we ain't signing explaining. My thing is the economic side, and we ain't signing. He can articulate it better than I can, and I like how he explained it. So that's what I want to say. But J Pam, my bad, J Pam.
Let me
Oh, we
add to
definitely got to
this.
get J Pam.
I have
I'm gonna
a
get J
direct
Pam. Hold on, Canadian
question
more.
for
So I'm
Black
gonna let I'm gonna
David
let you go, but I'm gonna
also.
get J Pam in,
So that's what I was
and
gonna
then
say. I just put my question in the back. It can wait. It's for Black David and
I will
Ola
answer that while I'm
specifically,
talking.
then the
I'll do
rest of the
that.
panel. But yeah, I don't need to actually. Yeah.
I have a direct
Now,
question for Black David. If you could include it when you're speaking,
yeah, go ahead.
um, you spoke about stereotypes that are passed down from generations, from the older to the younger in your culture. If you can you speak to specifics? What is
okay,
it, or why is it that they feel that they are better than African Americans in the U.S.?
I'll try my best to explain that because that's what I'm trying to talk about. Because while living in Nigeria, I went to elementary school and high school. I noticed when we come to the media in Nigeria, what they put out there is what I'm not sure they were given to broadcast or were given to illustrate. They illustrate a certain narrative about America, the way people look at on TV a lot. Growing up
And
in
what
my
is that
culture,
specifically? What is that specifically
now,
that they're
I'm trying to
looking
get to that. Going into
at?
my culture, there's three tribes. I'm part of the Yoruba tribe, the Igbo and the Hausa. In my culture, in my tribe, they believe in anarchy. They have a level of who will be on top, who will be on the bottom. But at the same token, I've been trying to find out for long when I was living out there who taught them this now, because they believe that Nigerians are the best in the world. What I don't see how that's possible. They believe that Nigerians are the most educated. I don't understand where that comes from, but they are educated. They believe that no one should be above them because in West Africa they used to call them the pride of Africa for a particular reason. There's a system called ECOWAS that used to be like almost like the UN, but it's for the West African region. Nigeria was the police of that region at that time when I was living out there. Um, for what I learned from my mother, my father, my grandmother, and my uncles as well, they were so heavy about their Nigerian culture based on their travel to the Yoruba tribe. My mother and my father used to be under one state before they got divided. My father from Ibadan, my mother from Moyulesha. Um, for what I learned, what I understood, it's it kind of hard to pinpoint it, but there's a narrative that being embedded whereby they feel that even though they got colonized, they were not put into slavery. I'll make that very clear. Nigeria got colonized by the Europeans, especially the British. They feel they have a certain standard. If you're part of a ruling class or family, they have certain privilege. If your family was not part of the ruling class, they may give it a different narrative. Now, I can say a lot about the Yoruba tribe. I don't know much about the Igbo tribe. I don't know much about the Hausa tribe. I wouldn't talk much in that. I would talk about the Yoruba tribe because that's my tribe from. Now, my father's side, my father, mom was the chief of a region, which means you're a ruler. You rule a certain town. The last name I have, the Ayeni, is a very well known name. I met a lot of people who have the same last name without trying to connect the people who they relate to and find understand the family tree because I was never given the family tree or where my mother from, where my father from, where they connected to. So I tried to figure. I was very curious about it. I never got it to this day. Now, as living under them, they would tell me all kinds of things. This is our culture. This is our culture. In the back of my head, I keep hearing that. If this is our culture, where the book? Where it is written. I'm not a gullible person. 'Cause I will question you. You tell me something, I want you to explain to where you got it from, where you so I can see and believe you. Now they had told me several things that was in their culture, which I never want to deal with. Now the phrase, the slang they put out there, I try not to follow, but even though I was there for so long, I end up picking up regardless. The word akata that OG put out there, it took me 5 years to finally understand it. One of my aunt, she very, very good come to Yoruba dialect. Yoruba dialect is about maybe 20 to 50 because it based on different part of the Yoruba clan where they come from. Because certain word can mean two or three different meanings. Now what she explained to me about that definition with the word akata, it was something I feel disgraced by or feel ashamed because for one, to call another group of people who are not within your country that particular name, it's like saying you don't look at yourself how you conduct yourself. And when I look at the history of my Yoruba tribe or what they have done, what they have partaken, which I find it ridiculously crazy, but they don't feel ashamed of it, which is kind of weird. Of all the major tribes in Nigeria, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, Yoruba people are the most prideful people of all. They think they're best. If you go to an African party, we tell a lot of Yoruba people wear flashy color, bright color because it's all that pride and ego that's floating off. But sometimes I have to question myself, what ego, what are you too powerful? What have you accomplished in the world today that people can say, yes, you have to really be prideful of? But to this day, I could not find the answer because every time I ask my relative or I come across with a question, they say I'm being disrespectful. I'm too Americanized. Now, to answer JPM question. How do I feel about the possibility of the hip hop always playing a role in the vision? I'm glad you brought that one up because before the Nigerian got into the hip hop, there's a thing called Afrobeat that became popular at the time around, if I remember correctly, during the late 80s and 90s. There's one particular musician called Fela Kuti that even Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and a few others know who he is. He was like a rebel in our country. There was a guy whereby he comes from a prominent family who wanted to be a lawyer but chose not to be a lawyer, chose to be a musician, where he have some uncut performance whereby I it completely activated. He don't always come pulled out off. The man died from AIDS and some other disease as well, which is being documented. But while he was alive, he was a political rebel. He would say in his music, like it's like an indirect jab at the government, what was going on, what they were doing, how they were suppressing us. We don't have freedom of speech because there's a time in my country it was no different from Iraq during that time. If you say anything negative about the president, you either get the firing squad or you get hanged. That was afraid. People live in fear. They say that your family can sell you off if they find you say something negative. So at that time, no one can say anything negative. There's a lot of shenanigans that going on in Nigeria that I don't want to speak too much about it because it's so much. But what I can try to pinpoint is just like many culture, there's the mindset that being pushed down from past generation that being repeated based on what they taught their kids. It may not be in books, but they repeat it. When it only keep can be repeated, it can be diluted and can twitch either to the left or the right. What I do know, we were taught we're not allowed to court breed without the tribe. In other words, if I want to get married, you gotta be a Yoruba girl or be a European woman, white.
Okay.
That's what I
Can I
got from my mother.
respond
That's what I
to
got from
the
my father. I
animal?
asked the question why. They keep telling me, do as I say. When you have old school parents, they won't explain to you, they won't educate you, they say, do what I want. When I got in my mid 20s, my brother, my cousin would hit my mom. My mom told me I swayed. She said either I marry you by woman or I can marry African American, that's an exception, or white. My cousin friend say only Yoruba or white one. And I asked Mama, what about Caribbean? It's not acceptable. What about Asian? It's not acceptable. What about Mexican? It's not acceptable. So, individually speaking, some people may stray from their culture, some will be locked on. But there are people I know, they are locked on their culture hard body. They're not changing their mind for nobody. Me being the black
Can I
sheep
make
because I chose to rebel against my culture. I chose to rebel
a
against their
comment?
minds and ideology. It was something that I got put to a plate because, let's be real, I didn't came from no small family. I know I came from a very big family with connection. The people in the family could be shady backstabbing. We got to be careful who you cross. So it's what it is. So that's why I say
I
what
would
I
like to
say
make a.
because
Can we?
somebody
Can I
say
make
something.
a? Yeah, I want to make a comment if I may.
Okay.
Um, I want to say this. I want to make two comments, and I would like to answer candid ants, even though it was directed at Genesis. But
Yeah, I was
I'll
going to
get.
just
I'll let
present that
Jim.
to. Yeah, I was just about to present that to the panel as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
So first, I think that I think moving forward, I think for ADOS people, we gotta stop caring about what people think about us. I think that's one of the things that's really kind of holding us back. We just gotta, whatever they say, whatever they come on, it don't matter. We need to care about who's using our resources, who's using our money. We need to care more about that and do a better job protecting that and a better job of fighting for that, right? And that's not to say whether or not we can work together with them, because we can, right? We can work together without sharing our stuff. We can work together to get new stuff that we can share, but we ain't gonna share the stuff we already worked on by ourselves. Just want to make that clear. But we gotta stop caring about who they want to marry or not. I mean, who cares, right? Power only matters, right? When you got power, everything else falls in line. So who cares about that? And to the second point, to address this, I know it's addressed to Genesis. So Genesis, do you mind if I answer first? Is that all right
Go
with
ahead.
you?
Go ahead. I'll give
Okay.
you.
So this is how I'm going to line it up, because I'm very systematic. So first thing is, we got to understand something. Jim Crow is literally been in 1968. So from 1968 till now. So you only had two generations of people since that. No other group of people. So first of all, no other group of people who were slaves remained in that country. They all were sent back. So that's the first thing. Second, ADOS people, we were bred, which means that for 125 years, a woman got her freedom after she gave birth to 10 kids and were sent away. So you have 120 years of children not knowing who their mother nor their father were. They were bred like cattle, right? You had 120 years worth of that. Then you have Reconstruction. Then you have Jim Crow. African American, that's why it's called chattel slavery and not slavery. We need to get very distinct about what we're saying. Chattel slavery, right? We were treated like animals. No other place was illegal to read. No other place was it where you couldn't even be raised by your mother nor your father. So now we have, right. You have most adults are two generations away from slavery. I am 3 generations away from slavery, 2 to 3 generations away from slavery. So not making excuses, but if you look at the progression of where we came from to where we did now, black people have done a fucking phenomenal job.
Facts.
A
Facts.
phenomenal job.
Facts.
Right?
Facts.
So because the point is you're looking at what we don't have. Other people did not come from that starting point. If you evaluate and analyze from that starting point, even when you look at this, the 90s till now, less teenage pregnancy, more black men are in college, higher group of black men becoming the middle class. We are doing a phenomenal job, and no other group of people have ever gone through that. So the question is, why can't so many of us read? The real analysis is, wow, you guys are doing well. Because if we look at that progression, another 50 to 60 years, the average black man, black woman, black child is going to be on par with everybody else, despite the handicap that we came from. So it ain't that we're not good enough. We are doing a phenomenal job, because I'm not even going to kind of, and I know Canada means no disrespect, and it's no disrespect given to her, because we're all friends and we all respect each other. But sometimes we have to look at the person who asking the question, right? Are they educated enough to ask the real question? Because if you're educated in it, you wouldn't ask that question. You would say, hey, you guys are doing a great job. And I know I know she's not asking that question. But it's not about asking the question. The real thing is look at the progress. And if we look at the progress, it's, oh, not wow, how many, but wow, you guys are doing amazing. And that's what I want to kind of put out there right now.
And it's
Right,
just
I agree with him wholeheartedly because like what I've learned from just earlier in the conversation, there are a lot of people here. We ain't signing that on this panel here, to say nothing of people in the chat and who's going to view this broadcast later, who didn't know how much of a head start immigrants do have above us. Because, like I said, I've started a business here in America, and when I look at, like, me as a veteran, I have certain benefits and stuff like that. As an African American, there ain't much. Like just being African American, there ain't. But if you're an immigrant and you're an immigrant from a third world
well,
country,
listen.
if you're an immigrant from an African country, like, there are benefits for all that shit.
I mean, even right now with the current administration, Biden is talking about giving immigrants $450,000 when they get over here.
Right.
And
And so the thing,
they ain't worked, no blood, no
none.
sweat, no tears, and we are born and raised here. Our ancestors built this
Right.
country on their backs for free 99.
And
And
here's the thing. To
then
add
the
on that,
people that question the motives of ADOS and what we need to do with the money are non-ADOS people. You
right. And the thing
Smooth,
is,
say that
no
one more
fight.
time, OG
You
Priest.
have no fight in this. For the people, for ADOS that's out there fighting, and we're fighting non-ADOS people that know that they don't have no fight in this, but they are the most people wanting to try to tell us what to do with the money and how we don't need the money and how we gonna blow the money and all, which is, it's not your fight. If you can't be an ally, step back, be a supporter, zip it.
and the
Because
thing
I'm
is,
not
OG Patrice,
yeah.
we not even with
I'm
Farrakhan.
not telling Jamaicans, I'm not telling Haitians, I'm not telling Trinidadians, I'm not telling Nigerian Africans, I'm not telling none of them. Because y'all came over here. Y'all got to remember that.
Yeah.
And
And the thing is,
it's the blatant disrespect that we get when you come over here. That's the problem that I have. And I'm not,
Mandrell,
again, I'm not
imagine
talking about
having a glass
all.
of wine
I'm
with her
talking
on the
about
porch,
some.
though.
I'm just
a
talking about
glass of
some.
what?
I'm not talking about all. But that's been my fight on these panels. Like when I'm talking about ADOS and the disparities, I'm breaking things down. I'm being questioned more about non-ADOS people about if we get reparations, what we do. They don't feel like we don't deserve it. But at the end, we all need to come together and be unity and unified. But the thing is that fight your battles for reparations over in your country where you
Farrakhan,
ran from.
yeah,
Go to Jamaica
Farrakhan.
and do in your fight. Fight for your people like ADOS is fighting over here for fundamental black Americans and ADOS people. Go to Haitian and fight for your people over there. Go to Trinidad. Go to Barbados. Go where your fight should be. Go back to Africa.
Why do we
Because
even give it
why
the
can we?
gasoline that they're looking for?
Why
Why
can
do we
we?
pay it
But
attention?
this is the
Like
thing,
Black
though,
David are up
JB.
here. Yeah, but
But
wait
why
though.
can't
Black
we
David is
be
up here
allies?
and so
We're
is
allies
OLA.
to them, but
Yes,
they don't
but
be allies to us. We fight for
okay,
them
but there are
It's
two
not
everywhere.
allies
reciprocal.
up here, and we can
It's
pay
not
attention to the two
reciprocal.
allies that are up here, or we can
We
give all the smoke to the nonsense in the chat. I don't understand why we don't focus on the two allies that are up here and ask whether or not any other
it's the
question. But
collective. We speaking in the collective, not individual.
Yeah, you know
Exactly.
what?
but
Yeah,
that's what I
Exactly.
you know
mean
what?
to the
Yeah.
collective as well, though. As the collective, why do we give the smoke? Why do we allow for or give the smoke to the nonsense instead of turning to those who are inside of the space who we know to be allies and say, listen, the smoke don't make no damn sense.
There are people that's
Because
not educated on what's going on.
allies know that we are not talking to them. So why talk to someone that we don't have to address? And I'm not going. And I'm not going to leave the Mexicans out because they included in it too.
Oh yeah,
I
they
have
in it
had
too.
more disparities from some of them in the workplace that, oh my God, that they die.
Ooh,
They want to be white so goddamn bad.
ooh. Say it
And
again.
then they
They,
complain.
Especially
they
in
And here's
and,
the
Can I,
Texas.
thing.
can I
and
respond?
let's be
Patrice,
real about how
let me,
long they've been putting white on the census. Let's
Facts.
talk about that.
yeah, yeah. Let
Yeah.
me tell you this,
Let's get on
Patrice.
that
I
too.
was in the, look. Check this out. I was in the Social Security office one time, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm listening, and there's these two Muslim women. You know, they got the hijab and the whole nine on, and the guy asked, what race are you? She said white, and I was like,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Now to speak to Biden, um, here's a trip about him. He wrote the 86 crack laws, which put all the black men in jail. He wrote the
Yep.
94 crime bill, which
Yep.
pretty much prevented us from resurrecting ourselves from where we were, which is why we got
Say
to
it
build a
again.
whole new black community from the foundation up now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then check it out, the fast forward. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Well, we voted for you, and you said you give us police reform, but instead you gave us Juneteenth as a holiday and a statue of George Floyd.
That's what they want to give us, tokenism,
You know
and
what I'm
the
saying?
And
You
leadership
give
niggas
us such
of
a,
voted for these
dangling carrots.
motherfuckers.
and they
They
voted
want to
for
give us
Stupid
signs and
niggas
wonders,
voted,
everything but what
man.
we supposed to get.
Hey, what
right.
Tyrese said, collard greens and butter biscuits, man.
Right.
Niggas voted for these
And
stupid
the thing is,
motherfuckers,
people
man.
got at me because I voted third party this past term. I didn't vote for Trump nor Biden. I voted third party. I mean, I'd rather vote for someone who ain't gonna win than to vote for them two. It was a vote of conscience for me. You know, I couldn't vote for Trump, and I wasn't gonna vote for Biden. I'm like,
wish
I
I
knew he was
had.
full of shit.
So hold on, guys. So 1 second. So if we can address this because it happened a few minutes ago, but I want to hear everybody's opinion on what
Okay.
Miss Candidan said. She's in this particular in the chat. She said, "My parents, that which are also immigrants, can't understand why so many ADOS can't read and write when education is free in this country."
Oh, can I?
So we'll start with Genesis first, and then we'll go to
Education ain't free, first of all.
Can I
Education
go
is
after
free, but
Genesis?
not free. There is public school education, but we know that
We
in
pay
communities
taxes.
of
It
color,
ain't
the
free.
public school education is subpar. So they are being educated, but they're not really being educated. If they're going to educate their children properly and to the standard that they should be, then that requires private school education, which requires tuition, which many of them don't have. Maybe give us our reparations and we can afford to educate our children in those private schools.
That part.
Mandrill.
Wait, why so many ADOS people can't read?
Yeah,
And I don't know that to be
yeah, how
true.
about
I
this?
don't know that to be true, but that's
Well, all sincere respect, yeah, but can't read or write. Okay, do some American, read up on American history, and then you'll see your answer. This,
I don't even want to answer that question. I ain't gonna say that.
Black
I
David?
don't want to disrespect nobody.
I'm sorry, I'm the this reason up, but that's such
Thank
a
you very
ridiculous
much.
question to me. Hold
Thank
on,
you.
but I didn't really get to go, Black David. I apologize, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
This is such a
I'm gonna let
ridiculous
Black
question to
David
me.
have it. Thank you, Black David. I mean, Mike.
I can't. This is such a. I can't believe she would ask this. Why can't they read? As if you don't pay attention. I don't believe you when you say with sincere respect. You're full of shit. Okay, because everything is right there in your face. Even when you watch the fucking news and television, or if you got kids that go to school, you see it yourself. It's every fucking where, right in your face. You're not telling me you don't see that. You're up your ass with that comment, lady.
Oh wow.
You see it and you know.
No,
It ain't.
I'm going to vouch for
It's
her.
not. Listen, I'm the most on this panel. I'm the most pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Don't use any excuses. There's no excuse for you to not go out there and achieve person on this panel. Okay, I've been accused of being non-empathetic, but I have plenty of empathy. I just process it and express it in a different fashion than most people.
And
So
you
it's
scared me
confusing to
too.
people like you. I get it. But if you
No,
are from
she
Africa, I
was.
say
Hold
again.
on, one second. I just want to I'm gonna vouch for her a little bit. She didn't mean any disrespect for that.
Oh, yes,
No,
she
she
did.
didn't at all. You got to know Candy.
Yeah. So I'm just saying she was just saying this is kind of the rhetoric she grew up with. So answer it, but please, like it's not coming
All
from her.
right. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
I fuck with Denzel, man. I like that.
Listen, lady. The reason why is because number one, hundreds of years of slavery and oppression. That's putting it lightly. Okay, the whole thing of Reconstruction, everything you know about it, that's putting it lightly. That's Disney. The way what you know about it is Disney stuff. There's a whole lot of other messed up stuff going on. Now let's fast forward to Jim Crow and segregation and everything. Understand, this hasn't been a long time ago. I was born in 1978. Okay, that puts me at the tail end of Generation X. I was part of the last crop of Gen Xers. Okay, you do realize that I'm still makes me the first generation born outside of segregation, and I'm not an old man. By no stretch of the imagination.
That's right.
So this wasn't a long time ago.
Can you emphasize even on the positive side of the Reconstruction era after we got out of slavery, how our literacy rate went up too? So we can read. We was some read motherfuckers after we got out of slavery, because if you think about it, a lot of black colleges were starting like in what 1871.
You're right. A lot of black colleges started. Yeah, it was started in the late 1800s.
And we excelled the white boy. We excelled the white boy by 1890. That's why they had to destroy us a little bit, because our literacy rate was higher than a motherfucker. We were smarter than the white boy.
Yeah, and that's why there's so much legislation put in place that's still on the books today to keep us from doing certain things. It's just today it's so distasteful to enforce that kind of a law. Like in Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, certain places in Florida, it's still on the books that it's illegal for you to marry outside your race. It's on the books. Now it's so distasteful these days. You'd be ridiculous to try to enforce that. But it's still on the books. You know what I'm saying? Like say for instance, for black people to have the right to vote, that still has to be voted positively in Congress. Every 3 or 4 years, Congress has to vote whether or not black people have the right to vote.
Right.
So that's true. So that is a true thing.
Right. And
so why is that still on the books? You see, there's a lot of legislation that's been put in place to prevent us from excelling and doing certain things. Okay. So you have to understand, we had the government up our ass and prevented us from doing a lot of things. And it didn't stop us. It just slowed down our progress
to
the point where it was down to a crawl, but we kept moving forward. And like we ain't starting to say it earlier.
Let everybody get a chance to answer before.
The reason I was interjecting on you, Mandrell, is because Candid Ann just came in. She's at the bottom left. So Candid Ann, go ahead and respond to what you've been hearing so far. How are you tonight?
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me just come on here and explain my comments in the comment section. Because I know sometimes when you're in the comment section, the conversation goes so much faster than I'm able to type. So sometimes it gets a little bit lost. Okay, so Genesis specifically asks Black David a question because he's one of the immigrants that are on the panel. She specifically asks, why do they feel as if they're better than African Americans, right? Speaking of people from immigrants. She specifically asked that question. So that's the question that I was answering. As a first generation, I'm born here in America. My parents, my father, my mother, my grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, everyone in my family is from the island of Barbados. Am I saying that I agree with their thoughts? No, I'm just explaining so that we can have the conversation and bridge the gap. This is not me telling you you should do this and you should do that. What I was trying to do, and I only have 200 characters, so I was like erasing and backing, trying to make it as concise as I possibly can because it's hard. You only have 200 characters, which is why I put dot dot dot, and I tried to continue and continue, but then it got to be this whole big. Why do we even listen to them? Listen, you don't have to listen to me. I don't get nothing. I'm born here in this country, so I don't get any benefits from immigrants or whatever it is, and I don't get any respect from ADOS either because I'm in the middle. I don't get nothing at all ever. I don't get nothing. I was just trying to have the conversation to answer the question that Genesis asked directly. As if you rewind back, and Genesis, can you attest to that question that you asked?
I did. I asked what the directed question, why is it that they believe that they are better than
Thank you.
African Americans born in the US?
Thank you. So, as a child that grew up in this environment, I was just trying to explain whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, that we can have that conversation. But I'm telling you, out of my mouth to your ears, I'm confessing these are some of the things that are thought of. You don't have to agree with it. I don't always agree with it. But this is about having the conversation. And so that's the things I wanted to address. And that's why I try to take my little 200 characters and I said, with all respect, so that you can understand where they come from. Like I said, you don't have to agree with it. It can make you angry. It can make you sad. It can make you whatever you feel. But I'm giving you an open, honest communication as to what some of the things I've heard in my own house are said. That's all. So I'm gonna drop back down. I know I don't want to come on here to bring no smoke, to bring no heat or anything like that. I'm just trying to, and trust me, I can bring the bullshit too.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm scared. I just didn't
No
come here to do
problem.
that.
No
I
smoke,
just didn't
no
come
heat
here to
to
do
you.
that. I came here to have a
No,
conversation.
no
If
smoke,
we
no
want
heat
to
to
talk,
you. I didn't know it was you making that
but
comment because
that's
I have
okay. It's all
spoken to
right.
you
It's
on the panel
okay.
before.
I asked the question in return, though. I asked the question in return. When you all, whether it's Black David or Candid Am, when you all are hearing these things, since you are here and you're witnessing, are you attempting or making attempts to correct the mindset of the people who are carrying on this stereotype?
So I grew up
No.
in this.
No.
But
Hold
let
on,
me
hold
answer.
on, hold on,
You're asking
Genesis.
me the question, I will answer the question for
Okay.
myself, and you guys can chime in and say whatever you want. But if you're asking me the question, I grew up in this, right? I am in both worlds. I'm an American being made fun of on both ends. My parents says you don't know, you're not a Bayesian. You wasn't born in Barbados. Americans are like, listen, you're from Barbados. Your family's not from here. So from both ends, I'm catching hell. So no, I'm not defending anyone. I'm trying to find my way. I'm a kid. I'm just a kid growing up in this household. So no, I'm not defending anything. I'm just trying to find my way, trying to fit in wherever I can fit in. I don't even understand, like in the beginning, I didn't even understand the whole history. So yes, there are times as I grew up and I went to school and I got a better education about American history. Yes, I'd come to my parents, my mom specifically, and explain certain things to her that I learned in school. Yes, as I grew up and I got, educated on certain things. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But I'm telling you what they say about you, right? And you don't have to like it. And I don't always like it, but I'm letting you know. That's it. That's all. So I'm going
But
to drop back down.
if they're
I
saying
think
it
we
about
already know
us,
what's
if they're
being
saying
said
about
about us.
us because
We
we
are
were
we
born
aware
here,
of it.
But she asked the question, OG. So that's why I answered it. She asked the question.
No, no,
You
no,
might.
no, 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 no. I was saying, you saying, I'm just letting y'all know. Trust me, we know.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, but
but
whether you
again,
know or
if
not,
they're saying it about
she asked the
people,
question. And that's what I was answering. That's all.
if they are saying this about people who were born here and you were born here as their child, does the same not apply to you? Or are
Partially,
you
yes. Partially in
excluded
their
because
opinion,
of
partially some of the thing. Yeah, for sure. When you are a first generation kid, you will be made fun of all the time. You act like you're American, you think you're American, you're acting like, yeah, any little thing that I would do that they found not to be within their culture, yeah, I get made fun of on both ends. Not made fun of, but like disciplined or corrected or whatever on both ends. So like I said, I was just here to have the conversation. It wasn't to have any smoke for anybody, because I believe in having these difficult and honest conversations with respect, which is why I try to my little 200 characters to try to do it as respectfully as possible.
Yeah.
But
I told them as well, Canada. I told them as well.
yeah, I
But I
heard you.
just
I
want to,
heard you.
yeah,
Thank
I
you. I
just want to.
appreciate.
But the thing about it is, it's just that I really wish that ADOS people could just like, again, just not. I mean, don't care. I mean, because at the end of the day, like she's American, okay? She's not from the Bahamas. She's American, but there's all types of Americans. You got white Americans, Black Americans, Asian Americans, etc. Right? We should just be like, you know what? We are ADOS. You need to come from slavery to be ADOS. However you feel about us, it should be whatever, right? Why care, right? Why care? Because at the end of the day, we have to have our collective. We have to worry about, managing our assets and incentives that we have better, right? Because let's go back to the veteran thing, right? We're all Americans. We're all born in America, right? But veteran benefits are for veterans, period, right? Even though veterans are American. But you have that subgroup, where they says, hey, to enjoy this privilege, you need to be this type of American. And ADOS needs to act accordingly. You know what? Yeah, we cool. We can live together. We whatever, right? You're skin black. I'm skin black. So on large issues, we can roll together. But there are certain things that you need to be FBA or ADOS to enjoy these privileges. Period, point blank, right? When veteran get privileges, nobody says shit. Yeah, we all understood. This is for veterans, right? But we all American, right? So hey, over here, this privilege is for ADOS.
Well,
right?
and not just only that. How about the Japanese? How about nobody said nothing when they got theirs? How about the Jews? Nobody said nothing when they got theirs.
Well, that's what I mean, because I live in Shanghai,
it's
China,
a problem.
right?
It's a problem when black people.
When ADOS, not black people. When
ADOS.
Yeah, get it right, OG. Get it right.
That's when the problem comes in. See, and that's our fight.
Here in Shanghai, China, you have Kunshan, and Kunshan, that's a subway station that is known as Koreatown, right? And then you have Gubei. Gubei is known as Japanese town, right? They have their own shit here in China, in Shanghai, China. They walk down the street, everybody look Asian, but they have their own. Right, so we need to, but yet they have Sinopac. And Sinopac is where all the Asian countries get together to deal with big ticket items, right? When they need that allyship. But other than that, we got our own. You got your own. Let's move it accordingly. And ADOS needs to operate that same way, right? We could be cool, whatever. I don't care how you feel about me. You don't care how I feel about you, whatever. But affirmative action, we need to protect that better. Right? Minority status for small business loans, we need to protect that better, right? NAACP college scholarships, right? We need to protect that better because all these things, because when black immigrants say we don't get that, you can get that. I know black immigrants who got scholarships from the NAACP. We need to protect our assets better. And that's not even being hateful, because we don't have a problem marrying other women or them marrying other men or living together, cool, kicking it, whatever. But we need to protect those assets.
But we ain't signing. You know why a lot of times it's not as protected, because we let the other race of people come in and co-op our stuff. And
that's our fault.
Then they have an agenda, and you're right, and we buy into it all the time. And to answer Mrs. 2 Cents question, yes, that's exactly what they think about ADOS culture. No matter if they're from the Caribbean, African, because it was embedded in them before they even got here. So when they come over here, they come with a frame of mind of that, exactly about our people.
Right, but I mean that's our fault. We want to share. Link up. Right, but that's our fault, because we want to share. We want to link up, and that because you know what I mean. Like what Brian said before, right? Pan African is one way, right? Pan African is one way, right? Because right now I get more love financially. Like for example, my corporate tax is 3% here in China, and when I sell out, but in Kenya, my corporate tax rate is 15%. To get incorporated here in China, right? I only had to pay $3,000. When I got incorporated for my commercial farm in Nakuru, 30 minutes outside of Nairobi, I had to pay $100,000 US. Where's the brotherly love? But they can come to Philadelphia with $100 and open up the restaurant
You sure
selling
can.
whatever, right? But
Okay.
where's
With
the
Can I
money?
explain?
$100.
Can
You
I
sure
explain to
can.
that, please?
With
Hey
$100.
guys, can I explain to that what's going on with that? I get what you guys are
$100.
talking about, and this is something I've known for a while. Living in 7 years in Nigeria, I asked the question. My uncle, my relative, have connections in high places from my father's side of the family. As I watch, as I observe, there is a severe level of corruption. Every African country have their own level of corruption. Some are much higher than the others. For the fact that African American have to pay a certain amount of money much higher than other people, I do find disgraceful. I do understand that. But look at my country. We have Russians that have been living in our country since the late 80s, early 90s. They established their business in Nigeria. They're making their bread in Nigeria. They have a high elite status in our country. No one's knocking them down. I found out Indians are moving in our country right now. After recently, like late 90s, 2000. The other ethnic group that are not black, they come in there. They get some kind of favor because you know why, from which region they're coming from, what kind of accent they will get. They look at it that way. For example, if you're from Italy, you
No,
come
you're
here
right.
in my
You're right.
country.
You're right. You're like
Okay.
China. China
No,
people still
please let me finish my let me
No,
what I'm trying to.
seriously though, I haven't had a chance to speak, and I deferred to you the first time, so I'm going to jump in right here and say this. The question is asked in the conversation: is Black immigration a threat to Black American progress? In the same way that we've been talking about Nigerians and why Nigerians don't give a damn about Black folks and Black folks not giving a damn about Nigerians. Yes, that's the problem.
And I
Right
get
there.
that,
Hold
but
on, I'm
let
not done. I'm not done. That's the problem. What I'm saying is, can we get off with a we didn't do this, we can't do that, we don't? It's the same thing. We all are experiencing the same oppressions. So, how about your problems? I see them, I understand them. How you deal with them, can I learn from them? Can I move on from them? What can we do about it? We're not talking about a single solution, just are we bothered? What's so bothersome? How do we get anywhere? That's my question. Anything outside of that, what are we doing?
Yeah, but
like I was trying to say, this what been going on. There were people who were against that in my country that had a problem with that. They felt like they're giving favor to European people to further take off, getting more access. When they fought back, problem is that during that time, during dictatorship, they wiped you and your family out immediately. You cannot say anything back. When they no,
David, let
no,
me just say one thing.
please please don't cut me off.
Just give
Please,
me
I
a
need to
second.
explain.
Let him
Well,
finish.
just
Let him sit.
Let
Let
me
him
all right.
finish.
explain because I lived there and I see it and I understood what was going on. What I experienced was based on dictatorship, based on favoritism. Yes, there are some modes from other countries, either from America or from Europe. They come into our own country, dictate to declare what they should not do. And if they do this at once, you get this, you get that. There were people who were against that, they lost their life. There are activists who were AWOL from that country because of that. Now, when the end of dictatorship happened, it happened after I came out of the country around 20, no, sorry, correction, 1998. Around that year to 1999, the last dictator died. They had a celebration that they would get back to the civilianship. What happened from a dictator found a way right back into the same circle and took office. They repeat the same nonsense. People had this problem. When they had a thing called NSAR that people talked about a year or two ago when they were shooting civilians, that's been going on for 30 years. Young generation lose their life to fight against the government that the government didn't care much about. People were leaving the country in droves because of for their life. People were coming out of the country to say, what's the point fighting for something when you know that your own people are killing you just for the sake of money, greed. They were the same in our country, money talk, BS walk. That
All
what
right, but
happened.
let
But
me. I just
what you're telling me is the same thing that's happening in other African
no,
countries.
because you're
People are
missing my
fighting
point.
back against it to change it,
No, you're missing
but
my
depend
point,
on
sir. You're missing my point because my point is not. I'm not complaining about it, right? I paid the ticket price for admission. It's fine, but the point is this, right? Is that we ADOS just has to protect their resources better. Just like when I go to Africa to do business, right? I pay the admission price of a foreigner. fine. I'm not complaining about that. I understand it, right? Living abroad, it gives me a perspective of you have big groups and then you have your subgroups. So I understand it, whatever the reason is, and I really do appreciate the historical lesson. But Black people, especially ADOS people, we have to live in reality now, right? Because at the end of the day, my responsibility as a Black ADOS man is to ADOS community, right? It's my responsibility to them first, right? And so we understand the situations of Africa, how it is, but however, right? We can't, it is what it is, right? We have to move forward, right? And the best way forward, because like Brian said, in the 90s, everybody was pro Pan-Africanist. Everybody was on their Garvey shit. Everybody had the African medallion chain around their neck back in the day, right? You had your like it was like Naughty by Nature. You had your Naughty by Nature jumper on, your Timbo, and your African medallion, right? Now, if you Gen X, you know about that, right? So but at the end of the day, now we have a full understanding, right? Because we have other brothers who live in Africa giving information back, like, yo, it ain't sweet like that, right? So it is what it is, and it ain't coming from hate, but you gotta let us protect us, right? And giving us history lessons and things like that on how it is ain't helping us, bro. What's helping us is that, you know what, ADOS people, protect your assets, move accordingly. And yes, can we work together? Absolutely, work together, right? But at the end of the day, things that are for us and for us, just like things that are for you is for you. For example, when you go to the safari in Nairobi, right? Nairobi citizens enjoy that discount. Why? Because that is for you. That is your homeland. If you're not a Kenyan citizen, you pay the foreign fee. It is what it is, right? But you know what I mean? We need to move accordingly. And that's all we're saying, right? It ain't no hate. It's about economics and how to move forward and making sure that when we as ADOS or FBA move forward, we not taking L's. Period. Right? We're done with that. And like Mandrell said, right? We are the first generation outside of Jim Crow, right? And we not going backwards, right? It's upward and onward. Period.
I got called African booty scratcher in the kid. They were just
here we go.
This the thing.
Hold on. Now
we joke on each other.
Let me say this, Brian. Let me tell you what I learned, and I'm gonna get Man of Prestige in here because I know he's grounded now. So let me tell you what I've learned. The other day, someone sent me an article about African booty scratcher. Right? Somebody seriously, they sent me the historical receipts, and they used to have slaves that used to scratch the ass of the master. It was an actual thing, guys.
I believe.
I know. I read about that story.
I think I heard about that, man.
I read about that before.
And so even when I took my kids to Memphis to the slave haven to show them the actual houses and where they had a room in there and they had the bed where the master used to lay. And I went in, I should have stopped by the store and got a little box of kerosene. But anyway, so I went in and they showed where the master slept. And they said she said, as you can see in this room, there's no heaters. She said, you won't believe what they used as heaters.
Nigga babies.
The babies. She said they would go out to
put them underneath
shacks, get the babies and lay the feet, strip the babies butt naked and lay the babies on the feet of the slaves, and they can just rub their feet up against their bodies all night to keep warm. But yeah, I just want to add that in there. So Man of Prestige, what you got about
reparations is needed.
You're not getting it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said in the beginning, I'm here to
fighting like hell for it, though.
Yeah,
that's
keep
real.
fighting, OG. And I'm gonna be the ignorant nigga in the crowd. I just need you to educate a motherfucker to keep going to Congress. I'm on the streets.
All right, go ahead.
So don't worry about me. I'm the ignorant.
Go ahead, Man of Prestige.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said in the beginning, I'm here to learn as always because I know what the talking points are. I've heard them a million times. So I'm only listening into the in-betweens. I'm listening to between your words. I'm listening to the emotions. And if I hear emotions, I'm sorry. I just don't have the energy for it. I don't have the bandwidth for it. I don't mean any disrespect. I just don't have it, right? And there's also trolling. There are people that troll, they also come from a place of emotions, right? A lot of them have trauma. Somebody just asked, why did you call me African booty scratcher in the chat, right? For me, it doesn't have any effect on me, but I'm also speaking from a place of arrogance when I say that, because I didn't go to high school here. I didn't experience that. So I can't speak for people that as 13-year-old, 14 years old, they receive that. I don't know what the emotions that went through them. Some people carry those emotions into their 40s, into their 50s, and it's just hard to get over it, right? So I speak very humbly when I'm when I'm talking about politics, religion, and relationships. They're very sensitive topics. It's not about right and wrong. It's just not. Now, I agree with, I think it's Lance that keeps saying it's about economics. We got to focus on the economics of it. Let me tell you something. When it gets down to it, you don't know anything about a group of people fighting another group of people more than I do. See, Black David keeps talking about Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. He keeps talking about 3 tribes. There are actually 200 tribes in Nigeria. Those are just the main ones that the Englishmen labeled, right? Based off of the river. They draw based on the river land. It's actually 200 tribes. And each one of these tribes are always fighting each other, encroaching on each other's lands, always looking for ways to do what Putin is doing right now. It's not about right and wrong. It's about people taking their territory. And when people hear from their, yes, I'm the sign language dude. Absolutely. Yeah, because I was speaking from both sides of my mouth, and people don't know how to listen long enough. They're just very quick to engage with their emotions. It is what it is. That's just where we are. And I have to be okay with that. I'm okay with all the roast in the world, because I understand the roast is not really about me. Number one, it's about clout. I get all the clout from it. Number two, it's about you, right? So if we want each person at a time get to this space where we can come back to our emotional centeredness, when we engage this conversation, then we can probably move a little bit further forward. And I'm not speaking to reparations because, again, I don't have the experience. I'm speaking to, if you're fighting for your group, whatever you're fighting for your group, the faster you can get to the economics of it, right? What land are you trying to take? What power are you trying to take? You need to be clear that it's not going to be given. You have to take it. It's not going to be given. If it's going to be given, they would have given it. If they give it, they have ulterior motives, right? So, and if we're not paying attention to that, we're always going to fail. The last thing I'm going to say is this. The tribalistic thing, the religious war, the gender wars, when you really start to look at it closer, it's the same shit all over and over and over again. And that's what it comes down to. And if you don't bring your conversations down to understanding all the variables in which emotions are part of the variable, actually probably carries 85% of it. If you don't start paying attention to that, we will continue to struggle. And that's just what it's going to be, right? But I respect the conversation. I want us to keep carrying on. As far as the question that Ms. JPM asked, it's hard to determine. You know, what I can tell you is in terms of hip hop, the profitability of hip hop and stuff like that. What I can tell you is that when I listen to Nigerian music, which is taking over right now, the Afrobeat, I was raised in Nigeria. I'm not like Black David. I was since 3 years old up till 18. I'm 42 now. I spent most of my life here, but I was raised in Nigeria in my formative years. When you hear Davido music, that's high life, bro. That's not hip hop, bro. That's high life. If you know anything about high life, it's deep. It's deep. I was just listening to a guy called, my father was just showing me a guy called Akin Adeolu Akinsoya, a guy from the 60s. I was just over my parents' house yesterday and they were listening to it. And no, that's my perspective. You don't sit there and argue with me about that. This is music. This is art. It doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? Now, one last thing.
I'm confused like a motherfucker, man. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I'm lost, man.
That's
lost.
okay. That's okay,
so
bro. That's okay, bro. One last thing. You know, I don't speak a lot. One last thing, right? With regards to, sorry. With regard, see, I just lost my thought. I'll just chill. I lost my thought because of that. Yeah.
So I just wanted to
Just
express,
ask direct
Brian,
questions. Yeah.
you may not know that in the back chat I asked a question earlier that was
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah,
the
Oh, okay.
question, yeah, so
yeah.
the question specifically was does hip hop, so the now that hip
That's
hop
why I got
culture has,
confused there.
yeah, now that hip hop culture has proven itself, okay, the question is for
Yeah.
OLA and CBN, then the panel, how do you feel the profitability of hip hop plays a role in the division? Because as we see the rise of, like, what's his name, ASAP Rocky now has a deal with Tiffany. It's profitable to be black without being black.
Mm.
That's the question. Is that because I'm also seeing it in Latin culture, right? All of the for lack of a better word, person, HCs of the world, these like rap culture people, but not really of the black culture experience. So that's my question. That's why I'm asking.
Right, right. So, did it make sense a little bit more, Brian? My
Yeah, it
answer, or you
makes
want me
sense.
to?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I was just saying, this is, you see, like if you sit down there and argue with me about how I perceive music, I was just my two boys yesterday. Their music taste is completely off as far as I'm concerned. I can't argue with them on that. So it is what it is. I just feel like we have to probably listen a little bit more, and I know it takes a lot of patience, a tremendous amount of patience. We need to listen a little bit more. We can't form opinions off of one troll or trolls, period. We can't do that. You can't, like, listen, the meaning of akata today, I admit that it's now racial slur. That's not the background of it, but it doesn't fucking matter what the background of it was. It just doesn't. That's emotional intelligence. When you say, okay, all right, let me stop explaining what the fucking background is. All right, fuck it. All right. All right, stop using it. Everyone, if you go on my channel, you see me say it in 2 videos. Stop using that word, regardless of what your intentions are, because the trolls are just that powerful, because it's negative on all of us. It is what it is. You see what I'm saying? But I just want to say, be careful too when you're forming like a straight up opinion, because there are people listening to it that are trolls, and they can hurt another person without knowing the background of the conversation, right? So I would be careful, even like I'll be careful, but it is what it is. There will be casualties, just like the N word, right? There's casualties that don't know the background of the story, but they're dead today because of that word. Sorry, deleted, right? So all of us, if we're here, we're adults, we just got to be careful and let's stay focused on the economies. The better part of this conversation is that, what are the numbers like? It is a fact of life that when people come into your world, they're taking certain type of resources. There's a part of it where you have to bargain and say, okay, I'm giving up these resources because I get this back. Right? And we have to break those down to numbers as opposed to this emotional conversations. Listen, there's two trolls right now that will take over this freaking 40, 50 people conversation. If you want it that way, if you want to do it that way, sure, but I'm telling you, I'm just my 2 cents right now. Let's find those numbers. Let's break it down. Let's break it down.
I want to say,
I don't give a shit, by the way. Somebody that
I,
said I care. I
Ola,
only care
I
about my
see,
feelings.
No,
I
I,
see your,
I think what you're
Ola, I
saying,
see your face now.
emotion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I see
sorry,
your face.
OG.
I recognize you now. So I've seen you on a few panels before. So now I know who you are. And
Yes, OG, yeah.
I agree with majority of what you're saying, except for the part about emotions. Because the thing about it is, when you're fighting for something, and when you've been fighting for something for so long, emotions is a natural thing, man. I'm just gonna be real. Like,
I agree with
it's
that.
a
That's passion.
and a lot of people misconstrue
Passion.
my passion, my conviction
Mhm.
for my people, and my love for my people as emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And
Facts.
it's okay if,
Yeah.
because emotion is a natural thing. That's a real thing, right? I
I
know
agree
what
with
my
that.
fight
Yep.
is, because the most exhausting thing is always fighting people that look like me. My sister said it best. The last speech when I went to see Sister Soldier, she said that's why she quit on us and started writing books and became an author, because she said our people are exhausted as fuck, and she tired of fighting people that look like us. And that's what we got to realize. And when you express, when she was on Donahue and all these other talk shows and things, and who was she fighting? us, people that look like her the most. And it's exhausting. So when we show this conviction, when we show this passion, when we show this emotion, that's a real thing. We're human beings. So I'm not going to sit up here and act like I'm some robot because I'm passionate about mine. I'm passionate about mine. And when I talk about the ADOS thing, it comes out because I love my people. I just want my people to get on code. That's what we need to do. And if I need to say that with conviction and passion in my voice, then that's what it is. I'm black up in here. I ain't nothing else. And that's what I do. That's what I do.
Right.
I'm not going to sit up here on this platform and pretend I'm anything else. I'm a black woman first in America that's fighting for something.
Well, OG, you know what your problem is? That your people have to love themselves enough to get on code.
Right.
Facts.
That's the thing that I've noticed.
It's
Our
enough
people
of
have to
us.
be able to communicate.
It's enough of us. Everybody ain't gonna make it. It's enough of us. See, we got.
And I ain't trying to take everybody either.
Exactly. It's a bunch of niggas I don't give a fuck about.
I would say this, OG. I appreciate y'all call you my elder for it because you have a lot of wisdom and a lot of insight. What you just mentioned was the same thing that was going on when I was living there for 7 years. Unlike Ola, who was raised there from the very beginning, I'm the only child who was born in Canada. All my children born in the U.S. I was raised out here before I spent some experience in Nigeria. What I saw is that, just like Ola said, there are over 200 tribes. Imagine the amount of infighting that been going past 50, 60, almost 100 years plus, and it never end. We almost had a civil war last year. They were trying to dissolve the whole country out of spite because of one. I found out last year that of all the ruling tribes that took the office, with mostly either Hausa individual or Yoruba individual, there are a lot of a person from the Igbo tribe to take the main office. And reading behind it, during the first civil right, the Igbo people created that friction in the first place. Now imagine they be having this infighting for so long. You have tribal war, we have religious war. The religious war is something I'm not going to speak on this platform because it's something that it will blow your mind out. That's been going on for far too long. We have people who are Yoruba, but it's either you're from Elisha or you're from Ijebu or the Elisha tribe, but it's like, it's ridiculous. They've been fighting for too long and they never give it up. So guess what they did? They encrypt that same mindset to the younger generation to them to follow the same thing. Someone don't agree with that. When we don't agree, we become the outcast, we become the black sheep. I'm a neutral because you know why? I don't follow my Nigerian heritage to a certain degree because I don't act like a typical Nigerian. I act like an American, like I said earlier. I got chewed out. My wife is Trinidadian. You know, my mom told me when she found out my wife is Trinidadian, she let my aunt, who's actually my blood sister, that's a whole another story, to tell me to get married to a second wife. Remember, I told you guys I'm part of a polygamy family, but byproduct of that. That happened in my family as well. I turned my back on that. I took the heat from my family because of that. Which means if I have any inherited in my country that belong to me, if I want to go there and claim it, they can block me for it because you know what? I didn't follow the culture, so to speak. So this infight that been going on that we see here is no different what's going on over there as well. People are losing life. People trying to fight back again as well to this day. People don't like what they see. If they can't fight in their country, they go to the neighboring country and see if they can do the fight from that angle. This is not new. When I did what you saw on Ansar, how they were shooting people at the toll gate, that is not new. That's been going on for 30 years. You know how many youth lost their life because of that and they didn't broadcast it at all? And they kept a hush mouth until it got exposed last year? So imagine you do the count of how many people have died from that and it passed the million. Would it shock you? When the hijacking of the girl from that school in the north, when they take the cheekbone girls, everybody forget that school was a mixed school. They murdered all the boys and took the girls out. I got pissed that all these so-called celebrities said, "Oh, bring the girl, give the girl back."
Okay. I'm sorry. We know
Oh,
we keep doing this, not just when you say something. Your lived
I hate
experience
it when
isn't the
I'm trying
only
to share
one.
something.
No,
I get
hold
it.
on. You're not though. Let's just say this:
I'm
the
lost, man.
indoctrination exists Period. We all agree with you there, Black
I know.
David. Okay. We all keep going about, well, the educational system over here, the educational system. Well, let's talk about being in the middle. I wasn't educated in my formative years in an American school at all. I wasn't educated in a Nigerian school at all. I was educated in an international school. So they had to teach us to be ambassadors to every damn body. We shared lunches, bologna sandwiches, switched off with sushi so we could all figure each other out. So really and truly, I'm just asking, can we get off of the part that's about everybody else's cultural experience? We know that we have all experienced some form of the same cyclical oppression. I am asking, our children are asking, and that's the thing that I'm trying to get at. Our children see it already, know it, and understand it because the globalization mentality is their lived experience. It's those of us who are above the age of millennial who don't seem to be tracking that part and keep falling or devolving back into these cyclical conversations about the things we already know. So, how do we bridge the gap truly and have conversations where we all understand oppression exists systemically for everybody, no matter your race, your gender, or how you present?
We ain't
What do we
signed and
do
said it.
next?
We ain't signed
And
and
I'm glad
said
you
it.
said that. I
The
brought that solution
economics.
before in the past. I
It's
say that
economics.
at the
Uh,
community, we need to
Canadian
build
born.
It's economics, man.
at the community.
I
We need
mean,
our own.
wow, you love to rant. Like, I mean, go ahead, but like, it's hard to, like, no offense, I mean it to all respect, but it's super hard to follow you, sir. It's super hard. Like, yeah, it's ranting a bit. But please go, then I'll go after you. If you can just kind of make it a little bit more simplistic,
I'll make it
because like,
simple.
oh, thank
I'll
you.
make it simple for you guys. What I'm trying to say, the solution to this, is you have to build your own institution. We educate your people properly. The problem is there's too much going on out there in the news, in the media. When you have people saying one thing, people say another thing. The same thing happened to our country. We program our people's minds. That's how it caught my parents. I didn't follow it. I asked questions. I was curious about it. There are people like me who don't stand that same mindset as they have. When we come here, we try to learn your people culture first. That's the first thing I did. I was interested in understanding American history. So yeah, I went to high school here. I went to college here. I was asking people, "Do you have any extra book about African American history? Can you know more?" 'Cause I knew what I was learning from the school was not enough. I was trying to bridge the gap to understand where the connection at. The problem is, until we have our own institution to re-educate our own people properly, we can bridge the gap in between from both sides. Until then, you're gonna have people outside giving people different information. We're not controlling our information. We're not controlling our narrative. Walmart and Unfiltered, one of the institution that's right now that been doing it for the past 3 years, trying to re-educate people to bridge the gap of what's been going on for far too long. So you have people who are historians who come out here and bring their discovery. Sometimes they may have an hour to do, sometimes they may have two and maybe be multiple series. This is what I'm talking about. Because I refuse to be brainwashed like my parents. Because of that, I'm outcast. I could care less. I'm my own man. But what I understand is that I got fellow brothers who are
It's
African
music
American
again.
here,
It's
African
music in the
Caribbean here.
background. It's music in the
Yeah, I
background
mean,
again.
yeah, we yeah,
We
No, I
get
don't
it.
hear no
We get
music.
it. We get
background
it,
is
Are
David.
you
loud.
playing music? Might be my wife. Sorry about that. But what I'm trying to say is this: until we have our own institute that can give our own narrative, a proper narrative to bridge the gap, you're going to have people from the outside giving their own so-called story, or you call it his story, not the history behind these things. Just like
Can
all
I
our, just like
can
all
I
our, I put you
give
on
my
his
answer?
platform to discuss this issue as well because I knew there would be a problem behind this. My issue that all the new generation coming in here, as they coming, where would they get the information from? Who would you get educated by? To understand what's really going on here. When you don't
Okay,
have
I
those
would like to
institutions
also answer
available,
the question.
go ahead.
I would like, all right. So, and I'll make mine quick and short. I think the first thing we need to get away from is we and bridging the gap. Like, I think right now we need to kind of I ADOS FBA. We need to separate a little bit. We need to separate
Yep.
ourselves and people a little
Hey,
bit, right?
there
We
you
gotta
go.
look at where we caught the L,
Woo.
how to fix the L,
We-
because two things, right? Now, if you believe what I believe, we the people of the book, our biggest downfall was always trying to get with everybody else.
Yep.
If you don't believe in that, Look at right after 1968, right? We try to get involved with everybody else. Every time we get involved with everybody else, we always catching that L, right? So we need space to just kind of like, okay, guys, look, this is what we need to do. We need to kind of collect ourselves, love ourselves, and it needs to be the black man ice is colder. You know, I mean, of course, we can't take everybody, right? We can't take everybody. Some people gonna be left behind. But the people who want to act right, we need to get together. We need to kind of hash this out, and we need to be honest with ourselves. Okay, here's the problem with us, and here's how we need to fix it for the next generation. Because our reality now is what our reality is, right? Reality or our culture and community is inherited. So we got to look forward, right? So all right, we don't like the community that we have right now. Okay, how can we make it better for our kids? Because if we're going to focus on us and be selfish on us, then they're going to deal with the same situation, the same discussions as we're having right now, but 20, 30 years later, right? Once we have a plan, and then next we need to know, okay, now we need to make sure that we control our assets. The reason why hip hop is everywhere and people can make money off of it, because we don't control our assets. The reason why there's hip hop dance studios in Jing'an District here in Shanghai, given by South Koreans, is because we don't control it. We don't market it. We don't control it. We don't monetize it, right? And so the
We're not
white and
even in
Asians,
it. You ain't signing it.
right? So white
We're not even in
people
it.
help us, right? So white people monetized it for us, and in Asia, the Koreans monetized it for us, right? Because right now you have little Chinese kids really thinking hip hop dancing came from South Korea. We know otherwise, but that's our fault. That's our fault because we didn't monetize it. We didn't go around the world and tell you know what, everybody, look, how we dress, how we speak is better than everybody else. And for $3.99, we can teach you how to do it, right? So the white man did it. White man said, okay, you know what? We like how they look. Let's go sell their records. Let's distribute it. Let's go do this. Let's do that. South Koreans did the same, right? So that's on us, right? Because we can see, oh, they like this, they like that, but we like the hair, whatever, right? Anywhere we're not making money on it, that is our fault. We got to be honest and say we caught the L because we didn't monetize our culture.
Right.
We didn't spread our culture. We didn't try to make everybody like us, but still controlling it because that's how the world works, people, right? We like
We ain't
like
signing.
curious, like yeah.
I want to just interject to be clear on
I'm
something
done.
so that everybody can understand. There really isn't a division or fight, so to speak, between ADOS and FBA. It was just a split because the leaders had a disagreement because Tariq Nasheed was a part of ADOS, had a disagreement with Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. So he came up with foundational Black Americans, but they're still descendants of slaves, so it's all the same thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we're not fighting each other, ADOS and FBA, because we know we still cut from the same cloth. So I want to be clear about that. But I agree with you. I agree with you. No, we ain't signing. I agree with you.
Separate ourselves. I mean, like children of slaves.
Yes, exactly. I agree because when we have allowed other races to co-opt anything that we become a part of, it has always been to our detriment. So I absolutely agree. Why do you think even in Congress and when they were talking about reparations, when it was on the table, Biden was talking about bringing in Native Americans and other races of people. See, it's only when it's us that they want to incorporate us with everybody else, but nobody else incorporate us with them. Before Biden got out of office, even though he talked all that smack about the immigrants and the Mexican border and all that, he signed a multi-million-dollar deal before he left office.
Because
don't have nothing to do with us. So we need to be clear about what we want, and that's why ADOS specifically has the agenda for us.
Right, but I just want to highlight this, and then I'm done. But see, most leadership of other races clearly understand that Black people have affinity for other cultures and other people, and they understand that as long as you put other people with them, one, they're not going to they're not going to complain about it, and number two, we're not going to, because we're compassionate people, right? We'll think like, oh, like what about them, and what about them over here, and things like that, right? That's why the term people of color is so popular among the Black academics, right? You'll hear them say people of color instead of being like, no, people of slave descendants, or whatever you kind of want to, whatever kind of adjective you want to give us, because they know that as long as we are amongst other people, we can't get our power back. We can't get our footing right. And that's the thing, right? Because and we have to understand, if we are truly the flyest people on the planet, you can't have fly shit and expect other people not to steal it. So you
We
got to
ain't
have fly
signing.
shit, monetize it, and
We
control it.
we already know that J. Edgar Hoover said that the biggest threat to America is Black unity, and
Right.
it's Negro unity. Back then they called us Negro. That's what he said back
Right.
then.
Yep.
So let's be clear about knowing that what the agenda is, and that's to continue to drive the divide and conquer.
And
And if
here's one
we,
other thing we need to be clear on. Okay, OG Patrice. I mean, I'm speaking to you specifically because, like me, you sound like a person of action. I don't know you that well, but I've talked to you enough to pick up on that. All right, so people like you and I have to not only understand but accept and plan to operate with the knowledge of having the knowledge of knowing that the government's not going to give us shit. We're not getting any kind of legislation to help us out with this. We're not getting any kind of special privileges and all that bullshit. No, if we want our power, we have to take it. Not violently necessarily, okay? But in opening up businesses, educating our children, we have to take it. African Americans,
and we're doing that.
ADOS, or whatever you call it.
We're actually doing it.
Oh, okay, cool. But here's the thing: a lot of people want to go to these politicians and go to Congress and go to local politicians. You're wasting your time.
Well, no,
I promise.
that part I disagree.
I know, but I've talked to other people. I've talked to people, and just letting you know. Listen, if you're gonna move out here, you have to take it. They're not giving us shit. If they were gonna give it to us, it would have been given long before now. Okay, it's just because you're all giving the answers now. Every time we fight for something, they include other people in it. But then every time every other culture fights for something, it's just them.
That's why we accepting the L we took. We've been
exactly. Just like
so
we
now we
said.
getting ourselves together now.
Yeah, just like we in Son said, we gotta accept the fact. Hey, we took the L.
It's a lot of young Black people, Black American, slave descendants, whatever you want to call them. They are rising up. They are the ones leading the charge with OG Patrice and stuff like that. It ain't this. Trust me, brother. This is big right now. You know what I'm saying? This is real big. And I personally believe, even if I don't see it, but at least my great grandchildren can reap something that I am.
And I put my money where my mouth is, because I've donated to the ADOS Foundation, right, from Tone Talks link, right? There's a donation part. I donated, right, just because I want to make sure that, you know, if I don't see it, let kids 2 generations from me see that. But at the end of the day, and this just goes for ADOS people, man, you know, about that bridge and working together, you know what? No, that shit don't work. If you ain't working with another ADOS person on this, we don't even need you as an ally. We don't even need you as an ally, right? It's no, like Malcolm X was right, man, because when we look at history, every time other people get up in our shit, things just go sideways. And that's going back to biblical times. So you know what? We cool. We can stand on our own. Right. And I just implore ADOS people, like on some shit, sometimes you just gotta wipe your own ass. And on this, we gotta wipe our own ass.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And even Martin Luther King realized that Malcolm was right and he was wrong. Martin
no disrespect to other Black immigrants, whatever, because happy to work with you, but I think we need to work with you like China works with other Asian countries, right? Like we cool, we Asian, but we ain't the same.
Hey, Monzere, one thing too. I promise you, brother, there are a lot of black people, man, that's doing what you're saying, bro. Like it's a lot of it's not like
But quantify a
some
lot,
ghetto
please.
shit. Yeah, it's not like ghetto to me. You know what I mean?
All right, so thank you all for that. So Hakeem just came in, but I want to give Genesis a word first, and then we'll bring Hakeem in. So Genesis, everything that you've been hearing, I've been sitting back here learning too, and just listening because I know I know Black David has experienced some things as a Nigerian. I know that the man of prestige has. I know Hakeem. I don't want to be wrong here. Are you Nigerian as well?
I'm a mixture.
Okay, all right.
I'm from different. I'm from part Nigerian and part. I'm from another African country besides that.
Okay, thank you for being here as well. So I'll have Genesis go first, and then we'll bring Hakeem in to get his perspective as well. So, Ms. Genesis, floor is yours.
Okay, what was your? I missed the question. You were talking, and
So I'm saying everything that you heard so far. Everything that you heard, the way that Black David said his culture is versus what J Pam said. We ain't signing. Just because we've been sitting back listening, right, and with a listening ear. So, any perspective that you have on what you heard so far?
I'm pretty much at the same place I was before we started the discussion, and my thoughts kind of align with what We Ain't Signing said.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not opposed to immigration here. However, if it is going to be a hindrance to the people who are here, then we need some separation to some degree.
Most definitely.
Right. Now, what if do we take this as far as middle class, or are we taking this just overall? Because overall, okay, I heard somebody say overall. So,
Overall.
even in the celebrity world, because think about it.
Yep.
Think about the celebrities. If you took every immigrant actor out of America, what would you have?
Woo, boy.
You will have more black Americans with more acting opportunities. That's what you would have.
No. I'm saying, period. No matter what color.
Every immigrant of any color. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean,
you still have a lot of actors.
Well,
right?
I'm not going to say that there would be nothing left, because I think that we are now sort of making our mark as African Americans in entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because you would lose people. And what I was thinking about,
I mean, when we look at the Tyler Perrys,
right,
then they are now coming to him. So
right, and you take Samuel L. Jackson. He be
Samuel
gone.
Jackson, Will Smith.
I mean, I just, a lot of people. This what gets me, guys. I'll watch TV, and just like I watch Snowfall. I don't know if anybody watches Snowfall, about the '80s crack epidemic.
Yeah.
Oh my God! But
and
the guy, the lead actor in Snowfall is fucking an immigrant. He talked like he's from the streets. He got the walk, he got the hood, man. I mean, everything. And then
that's why they call it acting.
Right. No, but I'm saying, dude, no, I understand you, fucker. But I understand that he's an actor, but I'm saying he did an interview. And when he did an interview, he opened his mouth. I said, this motherfucker from England. Like, I mean, just that. So Idris Elba, like all these different people, they be gone.
Let's be real, Black man, about certain actors that has spoken up on a lot of them that are taking the roles, right?
You're right.
So
you're right.
Okay. Can I ask this?
Well, go ahead, Hakeem.
Okay. So I see where everybody's coming from. I was actually born in the U.S., but I've lived in Africa a couple of years. I'm not going to tell ADOS, FBA what they need to do or what they should do, but I think there's a danger that they're not realizing that they may eventually realize. Every group of people has had allies. Now, I think the problem is people are just looking at things from a U.S. standpoint, and they're not thinking globally based on the comments people are making here. And when you're lacking that global perspective, white supremacy is not a U.S. game, it's a global system. So if you're the problem and the danger that you guys are going to find out that's going to happen is that there are some of us that are fighting and joining part of the movement. And when I say the movement, I mean just when we're here, we give to the cause. We may give money. We may do a lot of different things. But the problem that's being done here, where I don't think people are seeing, is yes, there was that troll in the chat where we all got at because we know what they were trying to do. But when people use that one troll, when it could also be flipped on the other side. When you use one troll and you go into a trope that, oh, you see, this is how they think about us. I find it hard to believe that there's 50 something countries in Africa. There's how many countries in the Caribbean, and somehow everyone from those outside places have the same mindset. And I think what's being done here is there's not enough emotional intelligence going on when we're having these conversations. I think we need to be careful what the enemy is trying to do. COINTELPRO is alive and well. It's not just happening in the divestment movement, it's happening across the board. And blacks are already fragmented as people. And if you're separating, you're already fragmented, and now you're trying to separate. When I'm saying separate, I'm not talking about reparations and including other people who shouldn't be part of that. That's a different story. But I'm talking about making dangerous statements and saying, well, that's how all of them act. I just don't agree with that. That's complete nonsense. Because
Who said that? Who said all of them?
Nobody said that.
Where I live,
you said some, not all.
But can I finish? I was here quiet and I let everyone else.
No, but can you correct that though? You said all.
No, I'm going to finish my statement and then I'll get to the end of it. So, where I live, it's nothing but a coon fest. And if I'm going to sit there and say, well, I'm only going to look at those who aren't ADOS and call them out as being coons, that's the problem I have with this whole discussion. So my whole point being is this. Yes, the separation needs to do. I can't tell people, I'll be considered an outsider. I can't tell people what to do. But I think we're just getting played here, and we don't see the game that the real enemy is trying to do. And the whole point is that you guys are also neglecting part pre the civil rights movement. There are people from the Caribbean and other parts of the Black diaspora that join in the fight. But when it suits you, you want to mention them and not mention them. So this whole notion that everyone's just here to steal opportunities and steal resources, it's just a dangerous notion is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Can I push back on that?
This conversation being had before I came on the panel? Because I don't remember none of this conversation before I got on the panel. So I'm lost right there. I really
That didn't happen before you came on the panel either.
Hey, you mentioned the Caribbeans and the people from diaspora was helping us, to get the civil rights movement. You are correct. But the difference is the people the people that helped us, they was the riders. The people that came over there once the civil rights movement passed, those was the coons. See, the difference between us, we call out our coons. We don't let our coons run them up. We point them out. Y'all need to call out these coons that come over here. We ain't got no problem with y'all, man. I think you misinterpreting the conversation. We just want to worry about our own, just like y'all worry about yourselves. It seems like now when we circling our wagons, getting more politically smart. Just like we ain't signed and said we took that L. Black people get more conservative, economic, everything, bro. So I get what you're saying, but nah. And I like when we ain't signing. It's saying on the economic side of the game.
But here's the thing. Here's the pushback I'm going to give you, brother. The majority of blacks fought for integration. And when they got integration, we got worse as a community. And people seem to keep forgetting what worked when we were separated. We wouldn't be having all these problems if we were still segregated. Now, what you're trying to fight for is going to be hard to fight for when you're already separated and you're integrated into society. You got cis white, you got Save Yourself Black Men, you got the divester movement, you got all these things that are separating and fragmenting the community even worse. I don't think you guys understand the true gravity of what's going on.
I think you come from a failed country and you used to giving up. We don't give up over here, brother. Y'all, it could be separated or whatever, but we gonna fight for ours, and that's how we roll out here, man. We don't give up.
So you see what I did here. You
I'm
see,
a,
I was
I'm
talking about something and you inserted an emotional attack with that.
I'm an emotional.
That's an
No, what you
hominin
did
attack.
And
was
I can admit
insert
that.
your perspective on how we should move as a people,
But
and
it
he
doesn't.
checked you on it.
But it doesn't change
But
the fact that he's right about
he
us needing
is.
Thank you,
allies.
Mandrell.
Hold
That's all
on,
I'm
but
saying.
okay. But here's the thing:
But that
had
wasn't the
he wait,
conversation.
hold on. That's the thing. If we have allies, is what we're saying. We all accept that we have allies. The notion that we need to be friendly with others is the thing, right? We can have allies without being friendly with everybody. That's the problem. Being friendly allows all of the agents into the damn circle. You
Well,
don't know.
you're gonna have to at least pretend to be friendly with people if you want any of this to work.
Do
And
we
you're gonna
all
have to
have
take
to
it on
be
a
friendly
global
with
level.
everybody? That's the
Huh?
question.
Hold on.
Do we
I would
all
like to
have to be
reply.
friendly with everybody? It had the
I
thing
would like to reply.
kumbaya wasn't actually kumbaya, it was come by here.
I get it.
So I
But
hold
I
on.
what
like
I
Hold on.
get
it.
I
it. But
want
what
to
I'm saying
I
JPam,
is,
like that, J. Pam. I like
back
that.
to
go
J
ahead.
Pam.
So hold on. We'll let
That was
OG
cold,
Patrice.
JPM. That was
We'll let OG
cold.
Patrice go. Then we ain't signing. Go ahead.
Promise.
I agree with what JPam just said because a lot of times, listen, when we invite the other cultures and races of people in, all they do is use us for our resources, get what they want, and then they drop us and leave us hanging in the wind. And we always go over to their neighborhood, spending our money with them. We go to get our nails done, go in the beauty supply store. We make everybody rich, but our own people in our own communities. And they're
Mm-hmm.
not giving anything back to us in our own communities. So I do agree with that part. Like we got to get us together first, the
Yeah,
nucleus of
Mhm.
us as FBA ADOS people, because we got issues that we
we
need to
Okay.
do.
work on within first. And the
Here's the
whole
key to
agenda,
that.
hold on, the whole agenda, if you, and this is because we have talking points, but I bet you I could probably count on one hand how many people have been on ADOS101.com to check out the Black agenda and what we have aligned for us to come together in unity. So we
I
have the
got you.
talking points without the education, but we speak without doing the research, and we say different certain talking points without actually realizing what true. I agree with what partially with what you said, Hakeem, but I don't get where that conversation even came from. Like I said, it must have been something said before I
I
came
said
on
it.
the panel.
I said it.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
said it.
yeah. We ain't saying it was
I
make a
want to. I
statement to
want
the
to. I
fact
want
that
to reply. Well, one second.
Yeah.
One
go
second.
ahead.
Because I was after
I
Patrice.
always my goal is to always get everybody to get educated on about what ADOS is doing. I'm boots on the ground. Like I'm in Arizona right now, and I sit on a board. We have meetings with ADOS, and I'm in conversations with Yvette Carnier, and Tone talks about starting the ADOS movement here in Arizona because I belong to the one in Nevada before I moved here. So I'm boots on the ground doing the work,
Why
and I know
Arizona?
because they don't have one here, and it's a very conservative state here, but it's black people here.
What you
It's
mean,
black
why
people here in
Arizona?
Arizona. It's
It's a
me and
wonderful, warm state, great for bodies that might be aching a little bit and getting older. Y'all might want to consider coming out here.
No, thank you. You can have it.
Hey,
no
I
the,
know
the
you
goal
didn't.
the
Listen, hey,
goal the
listen.
goal is
Okay, but
the goal is to get as many chapters set up in states that don't have ADOS because they're big in Chicago and other places, Detroit, and it's
Philadelphia.
none here, Philly, New York, blah blah blah. But yes, it's none in you know this very conservative state that I live in. But it's black people that live here. And it
yeah,
don't matter to me what their party is. I just want
let
them
me just.
to get on board.
I'm
If
gonna
the
just take
ones
us
that want to get on board.
off topic for
So let
just a
me.
second. And if you have ever paid off debt before, you know how that feeling is. That's the same way it feels to be able to vote blue in a red state, to be honest, and get something passed like legalized marijuana. Just a side note, same wonderful, warm feeling inside. So that's why I moved to
Listen,
Arizona.
I've been
So
to
hold on, wait,
Afghanistan.
before you go,
I've had
Mandrill.
enough hot weather.
Before you go, Mandrill, guys, thank you for being here tonight. I see you guys are still here. You're still watching. I want to appreciate everybody that's in the chat. Thank you guys for fixing that chat over there and getting it back to everybody being respectful. I like the conversation because nobody's really going at each other. I mean, we bumped a few heads a few minutes ago, but we're good. We're having like a flow of conversation. So thank you guys, everybody that's watching. If this is your first time here, thank you for being here. Please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, also hit that notification button so you'll know when we go live with these great conversations. So, Mandrell, you were about to say?
Wait,
Oh,
I
no,
just
it's
want to
my
say
turn.
because
No,
Candace,
my turn.
Candace Ann, when I came up on the platform, and this is something that I said I want to be clear on because I think people take things personally. Nobody is talking about all people that are non-ADOS. Please, y'all. Like, why do we have to continuously say some, not all, some? I'm talking about the ones it applies to. The ones that it applies to, guys. If it don't apply, let it fly.
So hold on. Let me please clarify the question. Let me clarify the statement so that everybody's on the same page. I said this. I said two things. First, we need to separate ourselves, right? And to separate ourselves to get our shit together. I did not say separate and fuck everybody like some neo-Nazi. I said separate so that we can get ourselves together. Then I said we should operate with the black diaspora how China does it with Sinopac, where you have the different Asian countries that operate, which is the best thing for Asia, right? They work together. However, they know that, okay, we are the Chinese culture, we're the Singaporean culture, we're the Korean culture, etc. And so that's what I said, kind of like going back to what Hakeem said. No one said we just gonna do our own thing and the hell with everybody else. I said to separate, get ourselves together, clean up in-house, see where we took the L, analyze where we can do better, control our culture, both from a media standpoint and an economic standpoint, control and market ourselves to the world and start taking control. Then come to the black diaspora table like China does with Sinopac, right? And I'm saying this as living abroad for 16 years. So I've been living abroad for 16 years, and I'm saying this as a business owner in China since 2018, and also having a business in 2019 in Kenya. So I'm saying it from that perspective, doing import-export, dealing with governments and trade agreements. So I want to make that clear to Hakeem, because when he said we're not looking at it from a global standpoint, but we are.
But you're just one person. That's something you're doing. That's not the collective. That's not the majority, if I'm going to be honest. But I'll let Mandrell go because Mandrell had something to say.
There's a lot of African Americans here in China that are studying Chinese. Actually, that's one of the growing languages that's studying Chinese that are doing business over here, right? Guys, you gotta stop looking at the black people, like that's everybody.
Exactly.
Right?
Thank
you.
But what percent? But here's where we're being disingenuous.
Time out.
What percentage?
Because here, please, I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished because I can say the same thing right now, right? Because there's a Black Ivy League coalition here, all descendants of slaves that graduated from Dartmouth, me from Harvard, from Yale, Princeton, here in Shanghai, all business owners, operators, right? So please stop claiming just because you know these black people, that's all black people. Black people are dynamic, right? Just like everybody else, we have productive, excellent black women and men, and we gotta, because I can't stand that narrative, right? Majority of black people are good, upstanding citizens that pay their taxes, that goes to work every day doing what they need to do. Stop it. And a lot of black people are traveling. Black women have loads of traveling blogs right now, traveling around Bali. Check them out, right? You have, so I mean, stop it. We got to stop it.
Respectfully, you're in a soap opera. That's not the case. The numbers don't show that. That's all I'm going to say.
What numbers are those?
No. It shows it in correlation of being a 13% population, right? There's a lot of people, because number one, Americans don't travel in general. That's everyone, white, Asian, whatever. But when you look at Black Americans, for a 13% of population and being American, they do travel, sir. I have a degree from Wharton, from University of Pennsylvania in statistics. I know stats.
But what's that's why I asked you a specific question you didn't answer. What percentage of black people do travel, of Black Americans?
3%. Oh, no. 10%. Sorry, 10%.
And that's what you're saying, majority. You're calling 10% the majority.
I'm not. I said majority of Americans don't travel. I said
No.
Americans.
I specifically was that. That's why you just proved my
I mean,
point.
the majority of African Americans don't travel because they're Americans. So yes.
But wait a minute, that doesn't mean that they aren't educating themselves to the notion that they need to have a better understanding of how to move on an economic layer.
That's when you
For
start to
instance,
correlate.
there are a whole bunch of young Black men who have taught themselves Japanese because they understand that they need to know how to move inside of different cultures. They've been in social media longer than you have in some regards, possibly. So we need to respect these young adults' lived experiences too, or we're talking about our own.
But Miss J. Pam, I think you guys are missing my point. The minority doesn't disprove the rule that the majority of us aren't doing it.
Sir, so the Black Americans have been inside of this U.S. military for who knows how long, right? But when you look at what veterans are now achieving with what's been so-called given to them for their willingness to serve, look at how many veterans are using their VA benefits to start businesses that help support other veterans and veterans' families and so on and so forth.
I'm
in
helping
their
Black
Black
people
communities.
specifically.
Veterans in Tulsa, one of the reasons why they came for them was because veterans who still had their weapons and knew how to use them were willing to stand up for their communities. So there are a host of us who have always known what our role is, especially those of us who've been around the military the whole time. You are only looking at one set of Black folks, not the those of us who have been in the 1% not getting the money, but 1% as in serving this country.
But ma'am, all I'm specifically saying, if we're not looking at this argument, you were looking at it logically and not emotionally. I go off of numbers and statistics, and we ain't science should know that as well too. The majority of us aren't doing the work, and that's why we're in the situation that we're in globally.
How many of us are counted in the majority, though?
I'm coming though. This isn't an attack specific on ADOS. This is an attack on us globally. We're just not there, and I get it. I full-heartedly agree with what ADOS is trying to do, not FBA specifically, because I think that they latched on the coattails, and that's a whole nother story. That's not my disagreement. I'm just trying to be realistic and saying what's happening by the sheer numbers. There's a lot of divide and there's a lot of division within the movements and such. I'm just trying to paint a realistic picture that that's not happening. And if you know the mindset of Gen Z is already gone. Gen Z is talking about they don't want to even deal with their own people anymore. I'm not even going to get into details of what I do to know what I'm saying and all this. I'm just trying to paint a realistic picture, and I think there's too much fairy tales with what's being said.
I'll say this. I'll say this to him because, to be honest, people, he has made a lot of very, very valid points, especially in particular. The one he made here at the end about Gen Z, I was going to make that point too, to keep just for ADOS and to keep in mind, especially in particular the organization, because I've heard about ADOS, but I'll tell you what your opposition thinks, not opposition that looks like us or any other minority, your real opposition, they think of you as another NAACP, another NOI. You're going to be a nothing burger in 5 years. That's what they think. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
That's what they think of you. Okay. And so they're not worried about you. I can speak to this because this is something I happen to know for a fact. But also he's right. We're gonna need allies. There's no way we're gonna do this by ourselves. There's simply no way. Gen Z is already gone. He's right about that too. They are all about inclusion and race doesn't matter. And it was all a thing of the past and all that. They've been indoctrinated by and large, and for the vast majority of them, they have been indoctrinated into this American propaganda. And we're going to need allies to help re-educate them and get them to see the bigger picture and get to see that, no, the shit that went on in generations before us, it's still going on, and it's going on strong now. The twist is they have new weapons like social media and television commercials and TV shows. You know what I'm saying? And all these mind expanding drugs that they put in your food. So, and kids are not interested in things like that. You know what I mean? You can't get them to go take a karate class, let alone learn how to box. They want to sit at home and play video games. No one goes out and meet anybody anymore. You talk about separating ourselves. We're already separated. African Americans, we're separated. We have sequestered ourselves from ourselves. Look at how many interracial couples there are nowadays, and it's only growing. But there are certain ethnicities that you don't see too much of that with. They're still largely sticking together. So my thing is this: for me, as a war veteran, the allies that we can have, let's take all the help we can get. And again, we can't rely on legislation. We're not getting it at all. Because if there was the proof is in the pudding. If there's any other time for police reform ever in American history, ever, it would be now. And we're not getting it, even though it was promised. You didn't get student loan reform. In fact, with that, listen, I was talking to my sister about that. And she's like, he's going to give us student loan reform. I'm like, why the fuck would he do that? You know how much interest people pay on those student loans? Why would he forgive any one red cent? You think he's really going to do that? All that money they're going to miss out on. Stop playing. But the police reform, I thought we'd at least get a whitewashed version of that. No, he went up me on that one. You got nothing. So here's the thing. We have no help, is my point. We've never had any help. And it's the same way now. So whatever allies we can get, to his point, let's take the allies. I understand what we ain't signing and saying. And God knows there are times where I feel the same way. That's the way I feel. But when you think of it tactically and in terms of mission first and getting this mission accomplished, Hakeem has some very, very valid points. And he makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to need people like Hakeem who feels this way. You're going to need OLA over down there. You're going to need Canadian-born Nigerian. These people here who actually see the light. They've lived on both, they observe things from both sides of the fence, you know? So, yeah, we're going to need people like that. Because rest assured, I mean, the immigrants that come over here and build businesses, and the way they look at it, and they do kind of have a point, but they don't. They leave out variables like, okay, there are things in place to keep us from being able to do that, to just open businesses in our own neighborhoods. There are things in play to keep us from doing that, and they get the upper hand, and they get to open up businesses in our neighborhood because land is cheap and real estate is cheap. So when they rent these places out to open up a restaurant or whatever, they get it for pennies on the dollar. For real, the rent ain't high. You know what I'm saying? Because it's in a black neighborhood, and black people's neighborhood ain't valuable. That's why you don't see white people opening up a mall in our neighborhoods or on our side of town. Keeping it real, you know. So my thing is, let's chew the meat and spit the bones, and let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because, you know, saying no to allies, that's an emotional decision. We can't afford that.
Mandrell, my thing is, I never said that. I think when I first came up, I said allies and supporters. That's what I said. But
Gotcha.
I still think that the separation should still happen because as when it comes to the fight for it, because they don't get that. That's not theirs to get. And we and ADOS also are gaining more and more momentum as we speak. We continuously are gaining power behind us with allies, and we're driving the wheel. The thing is, we have powerful Caucasian women behind us called White Women for Reparations.
Now they might kick out.
Hold on, no. You know why? Because they're giving us the support and the funding and letting us drive it. They're not co-oping like they did the other organization. That is the difference. Because
They
you know
still have
what
an
we
ulterior
realize?
motive.
But you know what we realize? We have to, when you say, listen, when it is involving the government that sanctioned, allowed, permitted the atrocities to happen to ADOS people, they are the ones that owe it to us. So to say that we have to have political power, which is what we're gaining. We have to have people because ADOS is trying to get it passed with Congress. So we have to get a political momentum, a power, a person behind us that believes in the agenda of ADOS in order to push it forward to Congress. So that's one listen, we talking government. There's no way that political realm cannot be involved in that. No way. We don't have a fight if it's not
Yeah,
that.
we do.
No, no,
The thing is, here's the thing.
no.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I'll tell you what I was told specifically.
Okay.
They're not worried about us because we keep fighting the same fight as fighting it in the same fashion.
But
okay,
we're
here's the
not
thing.
now.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You cannot. To give you these answers, you cannot march. Okay, you cannot come at it politically. Those two, you're not getting anywhere. Like I said before, I just gave you a perfect example. If there was ever a time for police reform, it would be right now. And we're not getting it. We didn't get it. And we're not getting it. And they did it right in your face. They smudged a pie right in your face. They killed that guy right there in front of everybody.
They've been doing that to us for years.
Hold on, wait a second.
Should we stop fighting?
No. What I'm saying is, what you need to do is take the back door or take them by the flank. What you do is you find out everything you can on how to start a business, how to operate one, and then you go recruit 12 people in as many cities as you can and have them start opening up businesses and start getting commerce going in there, black dollars going from black pockets to black businesses.
That's being done already.
That's what you have to do. It's on what scale?
But it's not
That's
on a major
where your focus
scale.
should be.
It's
That's
not on
what
a
your
major
focus should
scale
be.
where it needs to be. No, but it's happening. But we
You need-
already
You need
know.
to bolster that up.
But we already know how far behind the 8 ball we are. So let's be real about that. I think the expectations when black people are fighting for something, they want the miracle right now. And we already know that it's not going to happen at the snap of a finger.
Of course not. Right.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
but we have to have political power. We have to be able to lobby. We have to be able to have this because we are trying to go to Congress the same way we went to Obama when he didn't even want to have the discussion. Why? Because he wouldn't qualify for it. But his wife would. You see what I'm saying? But then when we talked to Trump, Trump was like, okay, let's sit down and have the conversation. Then we get Ice Cube to represent us. So Ice Cube didn't have all his eggs in a row. So Tone Talks from ADOS said, hey, let me pull your coattail. When you go talk to Trump, this is what we need, A, B, C, D, E, F. But guess what we did, which is what happens a lot when I'm on these panels. We want to cancel each other. We want to say, no, that ain't gonna happen. This guy, look what they did to this. My thing, I am so laser focused on this. I cannot afford to let my spirit get trodden with the naysayers. I just have to move forward.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, your primary go for the because with this, we got to walk and chew bubble gum. I'm with you. I'm not saying that you're wrong with that. However, do that. Go for the political power. Yes.
Yes.
But where your primary focus needs to be is on economics.
Yes. And listen, thank you for saying that because you're so right. Because listen, our people, this was just the other day I was reading this. Our people are our people have spent 1.6 or $7 trillion as a race of people. So we got the money. So one thing we do very well is we BS ourselves. We know we have the money. 1.6 trillion black people, but we're spending them with everybody but us. We're spending it. We're not. Listen, when I worked the Obama administration, politicians are purchased. We don't do that. We go with the ones that dangle a carrot, shiny object, talk charismatic to us, instead of putting a politician that's going to push the black agenda for us, put our resources and our funds behind that politician, which is what ADOS is trying to do, trying to get someone like that to get the bill to go to Congress. We need that kind of power.
Gotcha, okay, here's the thing. We got the money. We know that we have the money, but here's what I'm saying. Follow me. We have the money, so we know that we spend money. That's still black dollars going into white pockets. We have the money. The black dollars ain't going into black pockets. Like, again, I'm starting a company. You see the logo on my hat. Like this hat is a sample. I'm still testing out fabrics and stuff like that to make sure the quality is top tier. Because my shit ain't gonna just be black. It's gonna be black and excellent. It has to be. I have that standard for myself, and I've had it my whole life. It's been bred into me by my parents. Okay, black and excellent. So no, you have to keep your focus on building black businesses, and that's how you get your black dollars circulating in the black community. These people, people of other races, their money circulates in their community about 12 times, if not more, before it goes out. Ours is like 3. Not even that, actually. I mean, not even 3 times. So what I'm saying is, your focus should be on building. That should be your primary focus. Politicians, we need politicians in
Mandrell, we're
Congress and
doing that
everything.
while we'll continuously fight. Why do people think
wait.
that we're not? We are building.
Well, that's because here's the thing. Here's
Just
the
because
thing.
we're fighting don't mean we're not building. We are walking and chewing gum at the same time. We're building black businesses.
Okay.
I'm about to get you into JPam real quick. So I'm gonna get JPam in real quick, and then I'm gonna let Canadian Born go, and then we'll go back to Mandrell, then OG Patrice.
Yeah,
go ahead, guys.
Mandrell and OG Patrice, I agree with you both. I agree with most of the folks on this panel, including Hakeem. I think one thing that we don't, Hakeem, excuse me. I think one thing that we haven't considered is what is the Negro cash crop when we don't have businesses? What's on the bottom end of the spectrum, right? And here's my suggestion. Cannabis. Why? It's the new up and coming thing, and who definitely has that culture on
Look
lock
at
and
how
that
hard. Look at how
understanding.
hard it is to get into that.
Hold
I've looked
on, but
into it.
okay, but Mandrell, who has the back to be able to do it if not veterans outright? Y'all
Oh
have
no,
all.
that
Hold
doesn't
on,
mean that don't mean
you're not.
shit.
You're not missing. You're not. But listen, you got
I
the
need a bill
cleanest
for. Hey, you got
background to get stuff.
150,000? I can
Listen,
get
I
it started.
understand that. Hold on, but what if we can? If we can get a collective of brothers who maybe don't have the actual clean record yet, but can get an expungement, but they need to see it in action, versus a bunch of veterans who already have the actual clean background but not the funding. If you all could get together and have a conversation about how can we make this work as a collective, is that not a cash crop that we could actually make our own in our own way and move the agenda forward from the bottom up, where everybody can get involved at some level?
The thing is with that, you still got some people with some moral hangups with cannabis that won't accept our money. So I don't think ADOS is that way. But if I can get that going, I'll do it. And if ADOS is willing to accept my donations, I'll donate to it. You know what I mean?
Mandrell, see, I could tell you ain't looked on ADOS because that's
No, I have. Look, I'm
actually
not
one of our
bullshitting you. I
agendas.
haven't.
The cannabis industry is one of the black agendas for ADOS. Have you
Okay,
been on
cool.
there and checked it out?
No, I haven't. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I know very little about about ADOS organization. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay,
And I'm in
and
agreement
I'm
with
gonna
him
check
on
it out
that one.
now since you've been talking about it tonight.
I'm not.
Please, I'm gonna go check that out.
I'm neither ADOS nor FBA. I don't actually believe that division is the answer. I believe that separation from the system for a time to figure out and get our own houses in order, and how we can move if we can all get the same base understanding, then we can come together and move as a collective, right? But cannabis is the new it thing, and they're already ahead of us in some ways, but they've made a pocket space for us in the social justice space, where both veterans and men who have spent time, or people who have spent time in incarcerated, have the same opportunity if we look at it the right way and we refocus our lens. This is me just thinking from my own perspective, not being involved with them. Is what I'm saying. There's more people out there that can do this than we think.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay, let
Only
me say
2%.
something about this.
Only 2% of us are in the cannabis business. That's why it's on the agenda on ADOS as a part of our agenda to get. We won't end because you locked up all our black men and gave them all of the time, especially things like the
And now that
3
it's legal,
strikes
they're
and the
not getting
drug.
out.
And
Now that it's legal, then they're still not getting out.
exactly.
Go ahead, David.
Mandro and OG Patrice. It's great that I hear you guys say the same to nothing I just said before several times, either on this platform or other platform. The black community as a whole have a spending power over $1 trillion, which is correct. The person who have been speaking it, black men understand it very, very well. It's Willie Martin Unfiltered. This man have been thinking about it for over a year. The fact that we take our black dollars and we don't invest it in black business for it to grow into a corporation. Our black dollar go to the white and other corporation. Does it come back to us? Did it get strictly back to us? No, it does not. When you don't have your own institution, your own corporation, you don't have the political power to pull, to make moves that will affect your own community. This is where our problem come to play. There are so many black businesses that have less than 5 employees. Way too many of those. Well, Monty have been speaking about it for more than a year. If people watch his program when he speaks about it, trying to educate people, he talk about a real black business have at least 20 employees or more for it to grow to become something much bigger and have the black that be stuck within the black community before it go out to other places. The Jewish community makes sure their money go within their own businesses and strictly maybe 12 to 15 times. Same as the other community. Our biggest issue is this. We have the spending power, but we support white businesses, Asian businesses, any other ethnic group besides our own. So when we want something to be done for us, we all go be the last of the line because you know why? We have no one to voice our opinion or voice our choice out there. Second of all, I've been saying it for 20 years. Black people as a whole lose their voting power. I mean, lose it. They don't use it properly. They make decisions based on how they feel than voting for the best interest at heart. That's one of the biggest problems I had. I've been saying it for too long because it doesn't make any sense. They say one reputation. I look at Congress, I look at the Senate. How many senators will support what we want? How many people in Congress will support what we want? When we want to pass the bill, you got to have a backing of more than enough people who will put that bill forward. When you don't have those people who want to support you or quote unquote, you can buy them out like other lobbying group does, what can you do? This is why William Martin created his channel for. I've been going on for more than 3 years. I've been educating people. Some people say he's a puppet. He's not a puppet because if you watch his program on a daily basis, he throw out a lot of gems that people are not catching on. I used to read Black Ebony magazine. I used to read SM magazine back in the day during the 80s and 90s. Those are the magazine I learned a lot about American culture from. Where are those magazines right now? What happened? What was going on till they come to the world like we don't see them much anymore as it used to be. There's a lot that goes on that people don't pay attention to, that people don't really care anymore. When I was saying that people would take their money, the moment they hear News Jordan or News Ticker come down, there'll be a long line. It's not just one store. All across the country, the white mainstream like to put emphasis at people don't know how to invest the money properly. You see cameras, they look on all the sneaker stores, you have a long line. But my thing is, I be scratching my head. How many black businesses out there do people take the money and invest to make sure that it's not only black and it's excellent? Make that company grow to the point where you have multiple brands and you hire your own. Jewish people have their own businesses, yes. They have corporation, yes. They hire within themselves to look after their own. The Indian, I'm not going to mention name, they have businesses, they have corporations. We don't have too many corporations of our own that we can use our buying power and political power to make move within the government. And that's one of the problems. Another thing that's been going on for the past 10 to 15 years, there are a group of promising African American businessmen and businesswomen have been making deals in Africa to grow business over there as well. One of the most growing countries I noticed so far is Ghana. I said it before. The present Ghana president who won his 2 terms has pushed back against his oppressor, aka France. He called them out in their face. It was documented. When he called them out that yes, you were robbing our country, your country, you have been robbing it for decades. Claiming that money we put in your bank, if your bank was actually our money, that need to end. He stopped them from taking their resources out of their country to their so-called refinery instead of going to their own first. He's making these moves for a specific reason. Other African nations are trying to follow right after Ghana because they see what they're doing. Roland Martin went out there to that country, interviewed the guy in his own office, to see what his agenda was, what they were trying to do. The guy is a well-educated guy, even though he's a former warlord. Yes, there are people who are working behind the how much the phrase around the clock in shadow, trying to mend the bridge because they know when you try to do it out in the open, someone going to try to sabotage it. It says no. As Hakeem said, there's an agenda being put out globally speaking. What we're going on in Ukraine, I watched the video this afternoon. I was not surprised because during the time you have African people leaving Africa, going to the European nation, they were treating people like trash anyway. They were the known issue. But when the same crisis happened and they want African people to support them, they're quick to come out there. When I'm trying to explain about what's going on in my country, they said everything is transactional. Donald Trump don't give crap about black people unless he can gain something from you first. When people keep mentioning his name, I keep scratching my head like only if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but
You said,
Canadian, I'm gonna push back on that a little bit. I'm gonna
oh,
push back on it,
I know, but
but I'm
let
gonna
me
push
speak.
back on it a
Let
little
me
bit
please, please,
because
because I'm
before
trying to get
Trump
my
was
train of
leaving
thought.
office, he was gonna give us a $500 billion Black Platinum plan before he left office.
I was gonna give it
But
to you, but I
here
didn't
the
get
thing.
Come
But
reelected.
on.
Can't do
here
it,
what
folks.
people don't understand this.
Can't do it.
Before he came into office, he had a character that been known clear out there on how he operated. Before he make a deal with you, he want to know what he will gain from it. If there's no gain for him,
Canadian, they've been taken from us without giving us something, without
I
doing something
no OG,
forever.
OG,
That
OG,
part's
OG,
not new
OG,
though.
OG. I get what you're saying. I get it. But when I'm coming from a much bigger perspective, because knowing the saying like how black men to say about what's her name, he's quick to show who they are, who they really are. Am I right, black man? Donald Trump have shown himself for decades. If you were living in New York, if you see how he conducts, you see how he operates, I already knew right off the back the moment he went into the White House, people would have think, he gonna do this, he gonna do no. Unless it's beneficial to him, he will make that deal.
Wrong.
He'll give you
Wrong.
promise.
What
He'll
I
about
have
make
a
what?
no,
great
no, no.
relationship with the
Trust
I
me.
gotta
blacks.
come on.
I had no.
The
Just saying. I
I
blacks
just
gotta
love
saying.
push
me.
back. I
I
gotta
know you
push
want to push
back
back, but let
because
me
see,
finish. Let
you
me
got
finish,
Biden.
please.
Y'all think
I'll let
Biden
out,
did
please.
something or
I
gonna
never
do something for
interrupt
y'all?
nobody. You know that
Sleepy
I be on this
Joe.
platform.
Sadly
I be
mistaken.
I
quiet.
have a great
Okay, hey,
relationship
Black
with the
David, go ahead and
blacks.
finish. Black David, go ahead and finish.
I
Then let
love
them
the
respond. Go
blacks.
ahead and finish. Go ahead, finish.
But he's wrong. I love the blacks.
What
The
I'm trying to
blacks.
Oh
say,
my God,
The
Mandrell, I'm gonna need
blacks
you to
love
stop
me.
it. I'm gonna need you to stop it,
The
man.
blacks love me.
Hold on a second.
You
Okay.
have to
He
work
doesn't
with
have
your
to try to
hands.
pressure
You
him.
have to
perspective
work
for
your
everybody.
hands.
So I'm
The
trying to
blacks
speak my
love me.
point, so
Wrong.
you can understand where I'm
Sleepy
coming
Joe.
from.
Go ahead, Black David.
There is a parable we always say. If a person shows his character, he shows his way in how he do things, and he have been consistent in that way of thinking. Don't think he's going to change overnight. I said it before. If you're going to do these things, why dangle it so you can get a second term? For what purpose? If you had done that from the very beginning, then you would have got us to vote you in for the second term. That would have been easy. I learned this from experience. I never trust the guy. So when he say you do such thing, and we know what you have been doing for so long, how would I believe you would do it for us now?
Okay,
It doesn't make any sense. I know you will give me pushback, but you gotta be careful who you do business deal with.
of
Because
course.
if he said he would do such a thing, and in the back of his mind he playing you from day one, and he
They
never did
all
it.
players. That's what I'm
Yes,
trying to get.
they, and this is
But
why I'm
but
trying to point
but
out
but we
who do
have
we
to.
have in office that been there for us from day one when do
Nobody,
it.
zero. But
That's
guess
the point.
what?
We didn't
This is
breed
the
nobody
thing.
for that.
This is the
Who do you
thing,
breed to
though.
put in there?
This is the pushback because we have to be at the table, guys. This is what we fail to realize, and it's always going to be with somebody that don't look like us, that don't have our best interests at heart all the time. But if they are giving us something, see, because the man y'all have in office now told y'all he would discuss it with you when he got in office, and here it is 2 years down, and he ain't gave black people nothing.
That's right. Because
But
I
but
know
but he
about.
told
Yeah,
y'all
that's
if y'all
right.
don't vote for him, y'all ain't black. But
Because I
see,
go
y'all
to the
fell for
swimming
that
pool,
okie dokie.
and I know
But
about roaches. And
but
popcorn
Well,
was a
okay,
bad
why
dude.
can't we just leave? I'm what? Okay, why?
Biden
Hold on.
Biden
Why don't we
Biden's.
just take our money out? if we know we've known, hold on, first of all, we've known since I've been woke since 11, running my mouth since like 19. So that's like, 20 something years ago, right? So for 20 something years, we've known we got a $1.3 trillion spending power. Who has made it so that we can pull it out of their system, damn the politics, damn all of the other shit, and build for ourselves? Where are the breadcrumbs? Where's the model for that? That's what we need. Where is that set in place at, and how do we get there?
JP, the breadcrumb could have easily started with us for the $500 billion Black Platinum Plan. Because as much smack as
I'm not
Trump
asking for
talked,
money from nobody else. You just told we've been sitting up here saying that we as a
but
people have
but I,
this amount of
yeah,
money.
I
We
said
have
that.
the ability to build our own nation. Then
But we're
we
not
are
doing that.
a second world. So why
We're not
not?
doing
What are we missing? We're arguing about this other
because
thing, the
we're
politics.
broken.
The politics have never worked for us. So why do we continue to play the political game? Why don't we begin to play our own game? We may be in their land, but we don't have to be of their bullshit. So why don't we decide to say, you know what? You all have taken from us long enough. See what you can do without us and snatch it all out.
But we already know that's not going to happen, JP, because we're too conditioned as a people. Let's just be real
Because we
about
keep
that.
saying it's not going to
We
happen and we
too
never
we too
speak it into existence.
we're too conditioned. Black people won't even spend money, and they know a black person got a corner store. They'll go
And
all
yet
the
it's
way
black folks
down the
spending
street
money
and
all
give it
over
to the.
YouTube for these damn manosphere cults. So let's talk about it.
Well, that part too. That part too. Yes. We're spending our money in the wrong place. But I'm saying, if you think you're gonna live in this world and not gonna need the assistance of the government, or have to be behind something to get what you want for your people, you're sadly mistaken. Because as much stuff as BS as Trump talked about those immigrants and Mexicans, he signed a multi-million-dollar deal for them, for their community to benefit from.
But I built the wall to keep him out. The wall is terrific.
But he gave multi-millions of dollars after he talked all that smack.
Terrific.
But he
So
That doesn't
promised
mean
you'll
that
listen,
cut.
it's his
if
people.
we
He
are not
promised
at
me
the
you'll
table,
cut my lawn
how
for
are we
free.
gonna
That's
complain
what I
again?
gave him
We
this
have to
year.
be at the table.
It
And
ain't
this
even
is the
our
thing
table.
we
They're
want to.
putting us in a high
It
chair,
doesn't.
giving us a bib and food,
But it doesn't
spoon feeding
matter.
us shit.
It
Come
doesn't
on,
matter.
man.
We want to cancel everybody that want to talk with somebody that we don't like. But what has
No,
the present party given us? Zero.
no, you're right. The present party hasn't given us zero,
We have to be
and we
at the
don't.
table, guys.
That's true. Here's my thing, though. And I'm not saying you're wrong, because remember, I agree with you. We have to walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Our primary focus, however, our primary focus has to be the economic part. Get economic power, because once they see you have economic power, they will act, because now you have resources. That's why
Mandrell,
these
look
other
at the $500
ethnicities get
billion
what they want.
Black Platinum Plan. Look it up. Please. See, this is the
I
thing.
get it.
We got
And
talking
my
points.
thing, and the thing is, we need. The reason why I'm pushing this is because we need as much of that as we can possibly get our hands on, as many black businesses as we can get our hands on. And my thing is, we need to train people, especially our children, to come up and yell and tell them, yes, listen, you want to be a cop when you grow up? This is how the cop's going to teach you to treat people. This is how you need to actually do it, and train them from childhood. Politicians, they have to be taught not to take the money unless it's from ADOS. Do not take the money. Right. My concern is when they get in there, listen, you don't know what they're going to hear. These people are going to talk to them and get in their ear. And so many people have gotten in Washington with good intentions, but ended up taking the money. And once you take the money, you're theirs. Right. Okay? It's over. And politicians is tricky. Yes, focus on that as well, but the power, we have to take that. And yes, the political part, that's part of it, but the economic power is the most important. You can't deny us then. We got our own police departments. We got our own hospitals, our own schools, our own cities.
Mandrell, while we up here fighting against each other, talking about all these very talking points, Native American tribes just received $1.7 billion from guess who? President Biden. His bipartisan infrastructure law that he's given for Native Americans for the water rights settlement. We here in Arizona, J Pam, look it up. They just
Right.
settled. They
So
just
all
settled.
But don't they
right.
got corporation?
All seven
Let me
of
tell
us
you.
will be
But
able to
don't they got
divide that amongst
business?
each other.
Over 30 some tribes got together. They've been fighting this for 10 years. That's why I said, guys, it's not nothing that's
But they're
going to happen
unified.
overnight.
They are unified. That's
Exactly
why.
my point.
And it still took them
If we
10
can stop
years.
doing the things that we're
Right.
doing to each other, we can do that too.
Yeah, I'm not against. Here's the thing.
You
I'm not
know,
against you. I'm not against your
no,
plan
I
to
know you're not. No, I'm just
Yeah.
speaking that we continue to have these conversations and they just continue to go on, and I'm telling us results is unity for FBA and ADOS people. Results is unity. Results are getting the economic power because we know we got the money, right? We just said that blacks just spent 1.67 trillion dollars. Let that sink in. And if
Okay.
Biden can go in his infrastructure, bipartisan infrastructure, and give $1.7 billion. Please don't tell me that our government don't have the money, y'all.
Oh
Please.
no. The
You
money's
No,
understand?
never
they
the
got.
problem. The money's never the
Exactly.
problem. And
Right.
listen, our government is never going to be hurting for money. Okay. And by the way, what's that ADOS website? And
It's
also listen.
ADOS101.com.
Okay. Now, honestly, when I launch my product, you niggas better buy my stuff instead of buying Nike and Reebok and Adidas. Okay. I'm making it with
Good
you in
luck with
mind. And
that.
listen,
Good
I'm
luck
not
with that.
Hold on. I'm not Timberland and I'm not Tommy Hilfiger. I'm actually making my products with you in mind.
Mm.
Unlike them when they come out publicly and said, I never made my products for black people to go walking around in. But we buy Tim's and Nikes and Tommy Hilfiger.
And
Is
don't
that what
leave
I'm
out
talking about?
Gucci. Look at the buffoonery.
Oh,
What's his
listen,
name
no, they
just
just flat
did
out, yeah,
in the
didn't
Gucci
they
store?
just flat out do blackface?
Why do
They
we
just flat out did
continue to
blackface,
do
and it's
that?
just
Like,
like,
Here's the
yeah,
thing.
I
When it comes to
cannot with our people. That's
politics,
why I said, J Pam, I love your idea. I would love for us to become a sovereign nation, like we see here in Arizona. I go to the Indian reservations because I love their jury. They got their own police station, they own courthouse, they own land, they own these casinos. And
that's
guess
it's
what?
because they build their own
The city have to
institution.
get
Okay,
permission.
but we have
The
our
city
own
have to get
history,
permission
right?
to build on their property. That's how
Exactly, but
down they are.
we have our own history in the Gullah Geechee areas. Why don't we go back there, reclaim our history there, build up those cities there, the same way that they gentrify black communities? Why don't we go back to black communities first? Take our money there. Mandrell, you and your 7 other Native American brethren, once y'all split that money, you'll have plenty of money to invest in cannabis across the country, and then we can do this thing. But we have to stop speaking about how so and so's not involved and so so's not interested, and see how we who sit in the middle, right, between OG Patrice and myself and Mandrell, we all are of that generation of first, or just out of, or on the other side of segregation. If we can figure out how to communicate and say, you know what, let's be positive minded and forward thinking instead of looking at and talking about all of the reasons why we haven't succeeded thus far, right? If we can create that for ourselves, we can franchise that to every other culture of oppressed people, and they can't take it from none of us.
And this is what I'm trying to say, because what you say, Jay Pam, is totally correct.
Right.
Well, if you can take your buying power away from these businesses and invest into black, let it circulate. Not only you build your institution, you build your corporation, you build buying power, and you build political power. All the other groups that have built made for them because they had lobbyists.
And
Remember,
political
they
parties,
call dark money.
political
When there's
parties
dark
should look
money
like
in
we need to
politics,
form our own party. Like we don't need to rock with either one of the parties. If I had the
I don't
reign, I
rock with
would
any
love
other
for us to be
party.
together.
I'm an independent. And I spoke about it for a few years. Okay? I had to look into it like, wait a minute.
All right, let me
If
just
there's a necessity for, I'm sorry, just if there's a necessity
sorry
for
about that.
politics, then yeah, I agree. Then it should be a party of us's. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, but I personally don't think that we need to be involved in their politics. It's never suited us. I said this earlier today somewhere on Instagram that white solutions for black bodies has never been our thing. It ain't never worked for us.
Yeah, so sorry about that. When it comes to this part of the conversation, I wanted to contribute. One of the problems with us as Black people in general across the world is our disconnect from economics and the way it works. We hear a lot about the Black business, buy Black, all this kind of stuff, and unfortunately, I think it's time that we start paying attention to that. That's not going to work. And I'm going to give this example from a standpoint of as a Nigerian. In Nigeria, one of the biggest issues in Nigeria is that you see a lot more people engaged in political talks than in actual economic power empowerment, right? And because political, it involves a lot of emotional talk, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, um, the only money you can get from politics or political talk is printed money, and that's not productivity if you understand how money works, right? There's nothing wrong with getting our fair share in whatever that is and fighting for that. But I want to add on to the conversation to say that we need to be simultaneously producing when we're doing that. If you're not producing and you take money without producing, you're just making issues worse. Ultimately, we're basically creating value out of thin air, and that is a false statement by itself. You cannot create value out of thin air, right? So I want to just say, to OG Patrice's point, there are people doing that, but a lot of times we're also speaking from anecdotal experiences, and the numbers are what they are. And I just want to encourage people to do more, be more of an entrepreneur, be more of the productive 9 to 5 person who is looking to create more value, be engaged more in creating value. Is the same problem that we have in Nigeria. Nigeria does not produce anything. An average person consumes imported stuff. So if you're creating products that you're selling just to yourself, that doesn't work either. You need to be creating products that will be sold to the rest of the world. That's how the greatest nations become greatest nations, because they're exporting. So just creating this not echo chamber, but creating this, enclosed, encapsulated community where we sell to each other is not good enough in a global environment. It's just not. We need to be able to create excellent product that we can sell to other people, that we can now start to debunk. Maybe 50, 100 years from now, we can start to debunk the stereotype that our products are basically shitty products. So we have the same problem in Africa. We don't produce. An average, if you go in the clubs, if you go to Lagos right now, in the party, they're popping champagnes that are being sold from Italy, that are being sold from the European countries, and people they feel more prestigious, no pun intended, when they spend money on stuff that's imported. And when I hear buy black, I'm like, okay, that's good. That's all good and dandy. But what about creating products that we can sell to the rest of the world? Are we focused on that? So
That's what I'm focused on, dude. My products is made of Pima cotton instead of regular bullshit cotton, and bamboo. And
awesome.
of course, when
Awesome.
you use the high performance gear, you're not gonna get away from polyester or in spandex. You got to use that for high performance
Yeah,
gear.
yeah,
But my shit is treated. My high performance gear is treated with antimicrobial agents to prevent
yeah.
bacteria buildup,
So
because polyester builds up. Yeah, dude, the quality. That's why my stuff is still in R&D. I'm still testing stuff out before I mass produce.
right.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
yeah,
So, so I'm with you on that. It has to be black
that's
and
a
excellent. I agree
yeah,
wholeheartedly.
that's a big fight for that's not just short term. I agree 100% that people should fight for their rights, especially when it comes to rights from the past, the oppression and all this kind of stuff. I agree 100% that. But I wanted to chime in because I start to hear buy black, and I want to listen. We have the same problem in Africa. Let's just be clear. Black people around the world, we have the same problem. We're not realizing that we continue to enslave ourselves by creating a fence around ourselves and doing business with each other. That's not how it works. We need to create products that we can sell to the rest of humanity, because the world is moving in that direction. And I'm glad that Akeem mentioned the mindset of the Gen Z earlier. They don't see all these different lines that we're seeing, the colors, and they just don't see it. So it's only going to get worse, and we need them to be on our side. So, and we need to be ourselves as well, because we're the OGs, but we still need to understand that we're only going to be here for so long, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And my products, there are, everyone can wear them, you know what I'm saying? But they're made with us in mind, instead of, I'm just going to make products for people to do that, but you never thought about black people at all. And you never marketed to black people until you found out that they were your products. You know what I mean? That kind of nonsense. You know what I mean? So, and this is going to be a black-owned company that's producing excellent products, high quality. You know what I'm saying?
And Ola, let me add to this. What you just said right now is totally true. But what have been changed recently, which is on the catch with the mind, there are two manufacturing companies in Nigeria. One of them belonged to my high school friend who took over his father's business with manufacturing trucks and car, which was the first of its kind. There's another guy who was his rival who manufactured cars and trucks for civilian only. Yes, you are right. That's one of our biggest problems with Nigeria and many other African countries. We don't produce our own. We buy too much imported stuff. That means our money circulate out somewhere else. We don't build within ourselves. The way I'm saying the thing with the US, when you buy your own and you create your own, you produce your own, and you grow that market within your own. Not only like Mandela said, you create an economy within your own community. You create buying power, which you can use to make pool of politics. You can lobby. Every big corporation going to the White House to lobby for their own agenda based on what community they come from. That is no different. That's called it dark money. But when we don't have our own buying power to pull whatever politics on our way, what they're going to do for we can march, we can scream, we can do all of it. But if you don't have the type of influence that other people have, we can't make no you can't make no move until that is done. Which I fully understand that. This is why we need to change our narrative and change our thinking. Start thinking about creating and building something that will last for the next generation and beyond that. Until then, we can go back and forth with this conversation and not make no move, which some people are making move. What I share in the private chat, there are prominent African American businessmen and women who are making deals behind closed doors to create new businesses in Africa, whereby it's multinational. They business have a branch here in the US and we're in Africa as well, and they're trying to make that thing work perfectly well. What Amaya on his YouTube channel have been putting that out there for the past couple of years. What I'm saying is we need to start coming together and build not just only on cannabis. There's other things we can work on, fabric and design, technology, etc. We need to create our own. There's a woman from Ghana create her own headphones that work with 3D virtualization. What Amaya have broadcasted on his channel, Black Men Know About It. Willie Martin have been advertising black businesses for free for a good while, maybe almost a year and a half, and then some, and have been pushing that for black excellence. And what I've been trying to say, what I learned without to know beforehand, we had to do it for ourselves. If you want to make a serious move in today's society, like Mandela said, we need to build our own economy whereby we have that political power to make those type of move for the government, because everyone else had their own. Like you just said, the Native American had their own police station. They had their own hospital. See, black men, that's what I'm talking about.
I
Yeah.
see. As soon as she released them, the lady that owns the black lady owns this company, Seek. As soon as she released these, I bought them. I didn't give a damn how much they cost because she's in that virtual world.
Wow.
So as soon as she released them, I bought a pair.
Nice.
And that's what I'm talking about. If you don't produce your own products to have it
let me say
within the
something.
market.
Go ahead.
Let me say something, right? To be clear, right? We need, because somebody said this something about complaining with regards to imports. So the complaint is not precisely about importing. It's about importing more than you're exporting. It's about selling. It's about buying more than you're selling. It's about not building purchasing power, because let's be frank, United States is in $20 trillion worth of debt, right? It is what it is. But they have purchasing power. That's the really point of. That's part of the education. We need to educate ourselves as Black people. That is not necessarily about how much cash you have. It's about your purchasing power. It's about power, period. Right? So We're talking about any entity, nation, corporation, individual that basically buys more than they're selling, and they're not building enough purchasing power and legacy. That's what we're talking about. You're gonna go bankrupt. It's just math. It's just math. That's all.
So, final words for everyone. Great conversation tonight. Thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate you guys. This has been an amazing conversation. Butted heads and all, because I love it. I love it. I love it when we could come together. Ain't nobody up here calling nobody out of their name. Nobody's up here, being rude to each other. There's been some disagreements, but the conversation has been amazing. So thank you guys. I've sat back here and I've learned a lot. I kept my mouth closed because I know a little bit, but I don't know a lot. And so I just wanted to sit and listen to actual two Nigerians on the panel, right? I'm not Nigerian. I don't know. So I want to listen to you guys. I want to listen to Pam. I want to listen to everybody on the panel, man, that came in tonight to have this conversation that knew a little bit about it. So I appreciate each and every one of you, man. I really do. Man of Prestige, man, thank you so much for coming in, brother. I really, really appreciate you. Hakeem, thank you. OG Patrice, thank you so much for the things that you're doing with ADOS, that you're working hard on your side and making things happen. You have something to fight for and you're fighting for it. So thank you so much. I'm just happy for everybody that came to this panel tonight. Thank you. And everybody that's watching right now, thank you for watching and being in the audience. Thanks for everybody in the chat. There was some disagreements in the chat, some butted heads in the chat as well, but it's conversation, right? When we all get up and leave from here, it's just conversation, right? So if you're watching right now, if you've enjoyed this platform tonight, show your appreciation. You can go ahead and hit that subscribe button, go ahead and hit that like button, and hit that notification button, because we're going to continue to have the conversations that are happening in our community, right? We've had a lot of conversations about fathers and the nuclear family, and now we're talking about ADOS. Now I have the Daily Show where we're talking about Black history and putting those things out there. And so next week, we're going to talk about another tough one. And I'm going to get you guys ready for it right now because I didn't want to spring it up on you. But next week, we're talking about, because I'm seeing it a lot. So next week, we're talking about polygamy in the Black community. We got to discuss it. That's just a conversation.
They got that in the Black community?
Absolutely.
Polygamy?
Dude, Saturday, I was on a platform, Saturday, Knowledge and Relationships, where there is a woman that has 3 husbands. It's her and 3 men. Black David was on that platform as well. Is that right? Is that correct, Black David?
Whoa.
I was on later.
Okay with this? The dudes are okay with this?
All 3 of them went to a polygamous state where it's not against the law, and they all 3 married her. She's married to 3 men.
And the thing, when I came on the panel, I'm trying to let people know I understand it because I'm a byproduct of polygamy. Where my grandfather from my mom's side practices.
But I don't think your grandfather did it that way. No, I don't think it was your grandfather, his brother, and his homeboy married to one chick. You know what I'm saying? No.
He got multiple wives.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, why do dudes want to share a woman?
It used to be practiced heavy in India. Indeed, they have a culture where women have multiple husbands. I studied that in high school. I don't know if they still do it or not. Right. They were the only country that does it heavily at one point. Every other country.
Say that for next week. I'll save it for next week because I'm gonna need you next week to talk about this.
Demonic activities everywhere, man.
So when the guy goes in after the other one, is he going in raw or?
Yeah, they all go raw because they married to her. That's their wife.
No.
He said no.
So okay, so wait, so how does this work? Like, say she wants.
It's a collective baby. It's a collective baby, Mandrell.
Wait. I mean, so if she wants like a threesome or whatever, like, do the guys like?
She said she has sex with all of them, sometimes at the same time, Andrea.
Right. So what are the other 2 doing while she's getting it on with the one guy? Or if she's getting it on with the 2 guys, what's the one guy doing by himself?
I don't know. Hey, listen.
Or is he by himself?
Black man be like, I don't know.
See, but getting late. Black man,
it's getting late. Even in Arizona, it's getting late.
California.
Oh, hey, listen. I'm gonna let everybody get their closing remarks. Damn. I'm gonna
let everybody get wait, we got something interesting.
So OG, we'll talk about next week. That's what I said. I want to put on you now, so you have time to think about it. So OG Patrice, last words. Then we go to Man
and Ola. I want you on that show next week. I'm not going to be on the night show talking about this.
OG Patrice, Man of Prestige, Hakeem, J. Pam, Canadian born Mandrell, and then I'll close it out after that. Go
All
ahead.
right. Thank you, Black man. I appreciate the invite.
No
I
problem,
know
honey.
I rock with you. Please keep teaching our people, and hopefully, some of them can get on code because we definitely need to become more unified. Salute to the panel. I didn't always agree with everybody. Y'all didn't always agree with me or the chat, and it's all good, right? Because we're people. I just know I'm on a mission, and I cannot get distracted by certain things. So I can't wait. I'm
And
excited
we
about
agree on the
starting the
collect. We
chapter
agree on
here.
the collective good.
Yeah, yeah.
We agree on the collective good, and I agree on your approach. The only thing I was saying is that, hey, keep this in mind while you're doing that. Simultaneously do the thing you correct me is like, but Mandrell, we are doing
Yeah,
that.
we're
Check
building.
out it is ADOS101.
Correct.com. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that's interested to see the Black Agenda, go to ADOS, ADOS 101.com. And just check it out and see what the Black Agenda is about. If
Yeah,
you want to
I've written that
support,
down.
then
I've written that down.
support. We appreciate the support, and we appreciate it from our non-ADOS, non-FBA people as well. We appreciate you being allies. We appreciate the support. So when I spoke up here on the ones that we're talking about, we're fighting against with the immigration, I was not talking about all. I do realize we do have some allies out here, and the love and the support is much appreciated. Um, I just want our people to realize that I know we're not going to agree on everything, and I say this all the time, right? But when it comes to systemic racism and oppression from the systems that the powers that be, the upper echelons, elites, whatever y'all want to call them, we have to realize that we have one bottom line, and that's to rise as a people. We don't have to agree with everything. We don't have to fight the same fights all the time. But one thing we need to realize is that we do have a bottom line as a people. In order for us to get anywhere, we have to fight together for the systems that continuously to suppress us with systemic racism. And when I say that, I don't mean necessarily specific people, because we know it's a system, because we don't own any of the systems that we operate and live up under. They're all operated and governed by somebody that don't look like us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we realize that we have a bottom line, and the bottom line is to get on code and unite, when we get done with that fight, if you want to go left, and I'll go right. But just realize what our bottom line is. That's all I'm saying.
Right. You can go right, I can go left, but as long as we meet up at the same destination,
That
that's
part.
the key.
All right. So then now we have a man of prestige.
Yes, thanks for having me, Black Man. Thanks for everyone on the panel. I really appreciate you guys for making this conversation a productive one. I don't do panels a lot for the obvious reasons. I don't have the energy for the bass. But I appreciate a conversation, and and I really appreciate this conversation. To OG Patrice's point, right? There's something called systems, right? If you want to achieve any kind of result in life, you better have a system in place. As individuals, we cannot afford to put ourselves on pedestals because we're individuals. We have our own personal agenda that are born from multiple different places, nature, nurture, what we learned, what we're creating, so many layers, right? And that's why even at the government level, you have systems like federal systems, you have states, you have local, you have jurisdiction, and for every one of those layers, if you start from as individuals in your own neighborhood, you have what you're fighting for as an individual. When it comes to your family, you have what you as your family, you join forces together to fight together as a family. When it comes to your town, you have what you as your town or your city that you fight for. The states, we have to adopt the same thing when it comes to the black agenda, right? There's a higher level of black people around the world, period. We have to come together. But we also have to leave room for, okay, the Pan-Africanist. Okay, we also have to leave room for, okay, the ADOS and the FBAs, right? And it's okay for them to have their own individual agendas, right? There's space, there's room for all of that, right? Without having to to step all over each other, right? It's okay for each one of those groups to have each other, but at the grand scheme of things, we understand that the more we are, the more powerful we are, right? But we can't discount individual experiences. We can't discount individual group agendas. We can't afford to do that. We have to make sure that we respect that. And if you don't belong in the conversation, it's okay to stay out of it completely. It's okay to just listen in, right? There's just some places you go to that you say certain things, you mean something else, but they hear it as something else because you don't have the same experience, or maybe you were trying to play both sides, or they read it as that. We have to learn how to do that. But I think all in all, I think the conversation is absolutely necessary. I think we have to keep having the conversations. And I think as Black people, I think, in my opinion, our bigger agenda should be taking power and producing more for the rest of the world. When I say producing more, I'm not talking about us being the laborers. I'm talking about being the decision makers, the one that's running the power. Because honestly, I'm sorry to say, that's how this world works. The harder you work from a physical standpoint, the less you control. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for that closing arguments,
All right.
man.
So we go to Hakeem.
Okay, thank you for having me. This is my first time on your panel, Black Men Unfiltered.
Hey man, but you know what though? I want to thank you first before you go, man, because every platform I've been on, you've always supported me, bro, and I've always saw you in the chat, man. So while you're here, I just want to say thank you for subscribing, thank you for being here, and on other platforms, you're always rooting me on too, bro. So thank you for following me around and being there for me, bro. I really appreciate it. Even when that stuff happened, you were right there, bro. So thank you, man. I appreciate you. So go ahead.
Yeah, much love, of course, and that's what drew me to do that too, because I didn't, we had. I'm glad that you see that, and I appreciate that. But yeah, my approach is very simple. It's I support Black people globally, and when the conversation shifts to being inclusive and supporting others before we support ourselves, that's where that I'm in disagreement with that. And I think if we start thinking from a moralistic standpoint, and we start thinking from a economical building standpoint, and we stop, trying to be fair, inclusive and what so have you, because I agree with different points that were made. I may not agree with everything that certain groups may have, but as long as it's not tearing other Blacks down, then I'm all for it. But I definitely see the benefits of what ADOS is trying to do, especially on the tail end of it, and how they're trying to hold people accountable and have a code, because I think before you can do anything, that's very important. But the whole goal and mindset is just to think collectively as on a global standpoint, because I think if we understand what's going on globally, but most importantly, I'm glad different panelists understood where the condition of our Gen Z brothers and sisters are, because I think we need to do more focus on them. And, behind the scenes, I try to do that. I don't speak to everything that I do, but, I think if we understand the reality of things, that's why I was pushing hard on when we were glamorizing certain conditions. I want us to look at it from a majority standpoint. When we start changing the collective mindset, and we start getting the majority to take that mindset, that's when we'll start noticing the change. But it can't just be a few people doing it, and then the majority of them of the ones we're trying to reach are trying to pull us back. So when we start to do that, and we start to understand things from a global perspective and work together in unison and not have so much venom from each other, then I think we begin to start to move the needle.
Thank you so much, Hakeem. I appreciate you, brother. All right, so J Pam in the building. Thank you so much, J Pam, for being here as well. Hey, Island Girl, how are you today? How are you? Man, it would have been great to have you on tonight, Island Q. It would have been great to have you on
and Marcus too. Marcus should have been up here.
Man,
Don't nobody want Dolce de Leche up here. Chill out now. Y'all be
man.
going
So, Island, listen, Island.
Sorry, Akeem, if you don't mind, drop me your contact information in the back channel. Akeem, thank you.
Yeah, hey, Island. If you want Island, can I get you for like a minute and a half to get your thoughts on this matter, if you can?
And
I'll go ahead
don't
and
leave Marcus out. He need to
and
come
Marcus,
up.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. And Marcus, you come in too. Marcus and
we don't need
Island
Marcus.
Q. I just dropped the link.
Of course, you say that, Metro.
Listen, it's a majority vote that Marcus don't get here. No, we're just kidding. Listen, we love Marcus.
Hey, he said, Island say she in the bed.
When
No, you don't have. No, you don't have to
get
cam
in
up, Island. You
bed,
don't have to
she's not
cam up,
getting up.
honey. No.
Listen, I just want to say thank you, gentlemen, for having me in the space. I've seen you around in a few other spaces, Black Man Unfiltered, and so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. In honesty, I come out of my house ready to swing because on my channel I'm all love and feels. So I don't want people to ever think that I'm not gonna go hard for mine or myself. I would like people to understand though that just because I'm feminine presenting doesn't mean that I come with emotions. It's just water coming from my eyes. We got to start thinking differently about how we look at one another and see whether or not we can really just see them as individuals who can provide or not provide to the common cause. So I appreciate you. Go check out the channel, and I promise you'll see me in the stream because I'm coming for Marcus every day, troll himself.
All right,
Dearly beloved, dearly beloved.
Dearly beloved. Hey, so ladies first. So Island Q, I don't know if you've been watching for a while, but we've been talking about immigration. We've been talking about, is it a good thing that we have our immigrants here coming here to enjoy, or is it a bad, or can we do without it? What are your thoughts?
Oh hell no! I didn't know this was a topic. I would have never came up.
What?
Wait, you don't say immigration around Mexicans, man, because you get us scared.
Well, no. What?
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. I it's a positive and negative to it, right? But I also feel like in today's societies, what's going to happen is everything is going to become computerized. We're not going to need the immigrants that are going to be taking these jobs and doing it for less. I do feel like having immigrants here, it is taking the jobs from certain people because you have immigrants that are willing to do the job for less money, right? If that makes sense. Maybe because I'm in HR, right? So you can see people here, you can offer someone that's an immigrant $10, maybe $8 to do a job, and you have to pay someone minimum wage,
What
right?
job is this? Because I don't want to pick berries.
I mean, no,
They're
not
not taking my jobs.
I mean, of course, because you experience you doing XYZ. I'm not gonna drop your job, but you of course they're
Right.
not gonna be able to take your job because one, they don't have the background, the skills, or the certain knowledge or the criteria to be in your position. But I'm talking about other positions. Let's say a man gets out of jail, right? And we have a man that gets out of jail, he has a record, and then we have an immigrant, right? And they want to apply for the same job. Are you going to give the job to the immigrant who's willing to take the pay reduced, or give it to the one that's been in jail? So it's certain stuff like that. But I feel like it's good to have immigrants over here because to bring them over into our culture and to people's culture and embrace them and let them grow from it, because you can have immigrants and they can work their way up and become CEOs. So it's a good and a bad to everything, I feel. But I do feel like in due time, we're not going to need those lower level jobs. Everything's going to be computerized. Everything is becoming technology savvy nowadays. We're not going to really need cashiers because you can swipe it yourself. So yeah, I had just came in when y'all said my name, but yeah, I didn't know this was the topic. I would have left.
Also,
No, but
Q,
thank you though, because I mean, if you go back and watch it, if you have time, because I know you're busy, but if you have time to go back and watch it, it was a great conversation. I mean, we bumped a few heads every now and then, but it was a great conversation. So thank you for being in the bed, chilling, looking up, chilling tonight and tuning in. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, and Island Q, if you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button for your boy.
Give
I
one second,
appreciate
Black
it.
Man. Q.
Oh Lord,
That was an awkward experience.
Did you like it though?
It was awkward. After the fact, I like the results, but the process.
You get used to it.
Do you really?
Yes.
Mandrell, whoa, what the hell?
Mandrell, she's single.
Talking about pedicures.
No. He's talking about men. So we had a talk regarding men getting pedicures, and some men said it was a little suspect for a man to get a pedicure.
Right.
And Manjo has never had a pedicure. So I said, go get one this Sunday. He said he doesn't have time. That's a damn lie. You're on these damn streams. You got time to go get a pedicure. So prime example here, So I told him, go get
at night, though.
Yeah, I said, go get a pedicure. And he says, but did you enjoy it though?
Man, girl,
Yeah,
she's single.
I enjoy
Shoot your shot.
the results. It's weird saying that. I never thought I'd be doing something like that.
No, but
Honestly.
did you?
Just
That
go
was
get all that dead skin off your feet,
Just plead the
okay?
fifth. Just plead the
So your
fifth.
feet can look better in your sandals in the summertime. Just get all that dead skin
Now,
off that girl, okay?
Mandrill, I will say this. I got talked into it. And I was like, hell no, for years. And I got talked into it. And she was like, go, just go. And I'll pay for it. I said, okay, whatever. Damn. Man, they had a little Asian lady in her name. Then they call her Queen. And my sister said, this is who you need to work with right here. I said, I don't care, whatever. Man, when I woke up. Dude, I went to sleep. I slept. She put me to sleep.
Not she put you to sleep.
Dude, I was asleep. She massaged my feet, the back of my legs. She told me to get up and she massaged my shoulders. She put hot rocks on my damn. And I was gone. I was out of there, just like this. She said, "Sir, you okay?" I said, "I'm not.
Wiki.
Well, see, the thing is, with me, like, I don't have ugly looking feet.
That you think of.
Like, no, here's the thing. I've had girlfriends actually joke on me about my feet. They're like, your feet look like women's feet. I'm like, what?
Women be lying though. Let's just be honest. Women be lying.
They pick at me, right? But I mean, I finally went there.
Man, they took a cheese grater out of mine when I got my first pedicure.
Yeah, but see, I didn't need all that. Like,
I like that.
Can we? Okay, I was really trying to go because I got an aversion to feet. I don't need to be part of this conversation. You
okay? I love you, J. Pam.
Appreciate y'all. Keep your spirit up. I'll see y'all in the streams.
All right,
I need to learn. I need to learn how to speak Asian because I think they was talking about my damn feet, man.
Like, yeah, I mean they do that. It's funny.
I said, what the fuck? I said, what you say?
Because she said you never had a pedicure.
She said, this dude's feet stink.
And guess what? The lady that was doing feet beside her was laughing her ass. I said, they talking about me like a motherfucker. I think they talking about me.
Black man unfiltered. Black man unfiltered. My feet stunk. They had to take out a cheese grater. I knew they were talking smack. They overpriced me. They charged me twice.
I don't have like gnarly toes or anything like that. I mean, my feet look regular.
But was your feet hard? Do you have like that hard skin at your heel?
That's the thing. I don't have the hard skin or nothing like that.
I did. I had that.
But see, that's because like I always like when I shower, I moisturize my feet with like coconut oil and stuff like that.
There you go.
But I normally do that. Yeah, but then I went there. And she did it, and they feel like I'm like, gee, am I gonna slip off the floor or something like that?
Baby, like, did you get the wax? Did you do the wax part?
Yeah, they feel like baby soft.
They
I actually did go in on it. I did.
Hey,
Did you
Alan
like
Girl,
it?
he's single with no kids, Alan Girl.
Oh Lord.
Hey, but he's a headache. He a headache.
Dang, not even a headache. No, but I was like, I like people to go out there experience different stuff, especially men saying it's gay to get a pedicure, which is dumb. That's not dumb. I mean, that's dumb.
I got one last question.
Mm-hmm.
One night you were up late on the platform, and I know this is from Mandrill. What was that thing you talked about that night? What is it called when you could not touch someone but make someone like the
tantric massage?
Tantric massage, Mandrill. Have you ever had a tantric massage?
No,
He's never even had a body massage. He's never even had a body massage.
I've never had any kind of massage except for that pedicure.
I don't think he ever did it.
Take her off her offer.
Yes. Okay.
No, if y'all look into tantric massages, like that's why I say there's more than just sex. Hold out on sex because there's other stuff you can do to connect with a person. Like
you would tease a guy like that?
No, that's not teasing.
If we're dating, you tease me like that.
No, that's not teasing. Once you do it, it's not teasing because you are getting it's like energy exchanging, right? So as I said, you can't picture it because you've never had it done, but it's more like energy exchanging. Like if you look it up and see it, it's definitely worth it.
Jamal, you stupid, bro. We just did, man. We closing out. It just came up, bro. You stupid, bro. Like for real, man.
Okay, attention massage.
Thank you, Island Q, man. I really appreciate you being here tonight.
Wait, is that another service that they provide?
No. It's something that you want to do with a significant other.
Yo, he's really interested. He really is.
Yeah.
Alan Girl, he's in Alabama. He can drive to Houston.
You said what?
Mandra live in Alabama. He can drive to Houston. So he
Yeah,
can
yeah, but she's got a guy.
It's someone you do with a significant other, right? It's where you can create a bond. It's certain stuff that you can do before even taking it there with sex. That's why I tell people hold off on sex. Make sure you get mentally connected with a person, emotionally and spiritually. So doing that type of massage, you can definitely connect with a person before that. Because let's say if you base your relationship and you started off on sex and then sex becomes whack, you have nothing holding that relationship together if you go through rocky times. So that's why I said connect on your person in different levels.
How does the sex become whack though?
Yeah, but I think I tried that, and we were doing it like snow bunnies, like jackrabbits, man.
Wait, you tried the tantric massage?
No. I made her wait. I didn't do the tantric massage, but I made her wait, and she wanted to give me the
Mhm.
the buns, the second date, and I made her wait for about like a month and a half,
Mhm.
and then it was crazy. It was like it's like a fast forward, German movie or like an Asian movie, like real fast.
Was
But
it good though? Was it? But I'm not telling everybody. I'm just saying form a connection outside of sex. Like were y'all connected mentally before you took it there sex? Before you took
oh yeah,
it
she
there?
met my parents.
Exactly. So you had a connection and you building that connection mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, that is going to make the sex even
Well, where's
better.
she at? Because she went and we broke up
Wait, why'd y'all break up?
because it didn't work out.
Why didn't work out?
Oh, that's a rabbit hole.
I get
That's
it.
next stream.
Exactly. Yeah. Next late live, we're gonna dive deep because I don't think it was because of the connection. It's probably something else that was going on. And you know.
A lot of other stuff.
So next week, Alan, we're talking about polygamy. So hopefully you can chime
Oh
in.
no, I don't know nothing about that. I can't share a man.
I know.
I'm with you, sis. I can't share a woman.
Canadian born,
share a woman.
Canadian Black David and I were on Saturday tried to go help out another platform, which we did. We was on the platform. However, there was a lady there that had 3 husbands.
Wait, what?
Why do you hit me up with that? I'd have tuned in for that one.
Wait a minute, black man. Does she take Monday, Tuesday for one dude, Wednesday, Thursday for one, Friday, Saturday for the other?
I have no idea how
I
they
want
do
to
it.
know if she's taking all 3 at the same time because
She say most of the time they're having sex all together.
Oh God.
Wait, hold on. So the other guys are messing with each other. So
see, I told you I'm not crazy.
Isn't that a train?
I told you I'm not crazy.
She said they're not. She said they're not gay, right? Canadian born. She said
yes,
they're not gay.
They're bi. That's what she's gonna say.
She said they're not bi. She said they just all have sex with her.
No,
that's a train.
That's gay. Yeah, they got to be touching each other. I'm sorry. No, I like gay people, but no, I don't want my man with other men. No, thank you. No, I don't like sharing.
They brought an all expense board pass for the choo choo train.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you. Polygamy is more open now. When are you doing the polygamy one? That's more
Tuesday.
open nowadays. It's more no.
Yeah, we're talking about that Tuesday at same time, 8:30 Central Standard Time. So if you want to come by, please do.
Let me put a timer on tomorrow. I go by my calendar. Okay.
Don't forget, Mandro.
Hey,
Alan Joy is
I'll probably get a
single.
chance to meet Island Q. She'll be at Houston at the at the Lapeef thing, right?
Yeah, I'll be the Lapeef. I'm host. I actually put that on the event and everything. But no, I'll be there. Houston, 23rd. Get y'all tickets.
Mandro?
Absolutely, man. Well,
She
thank
got
you,
eye
man, for
candy.
dropping in and
Just letting
supporting,
you
man.
know.
I really
I know
appreciate
she
you for
is.
supporting.
Yes,
Don't lose it. Shoot your
I
shot.
want Marcus. I want to hear your view from a Hispanic view on immigration. though.
Right. I was just about to ask him.
Thank you guys. Have a good night. I'll be in the chat.
You too.
Thank you, Q.
Good night.
See you
Well,
later.
I wanted to say first,
Thanks
right
for the
before I answer that
recommendation.
question, OG, I want to say I learned a lot from you guys. You taught me a lot of enlightenment, wisdom, knowledge that if I didn't know before, I know now, except for Mandrell, Michael Chiklis. I didn't learn anything from him.
He calls me Michael Chiklis, man.
If Mandrell would have been white, he'd be Michael Chiklis.
I look nothing like he's from the shit Vic Mackey. His character Vic Mackey.
Vic Mackey.
That was a great show, bro. But go ahead.
It was a great show. I loved it.
Yeah, but I appreciate right before I answer that question, I do appreciate it because it's not knowledge I didn't know before. It's knowledge I know now. You know. But I appreciate it.
Michael Chiklis. Dick. Butt white.
He just where he went.
He just
Okay.
I don't know.
Is he
Maybe
struggling
my
streaming? Is he
Probably.
struggling
I think
streaming?
he is.
Might be that critic phone, you know what I mean? Anyway, I will say that this has been a great conversation. I'm glad being a part of it because long before the platform, I'll be trying to do it on the street in person because people be asking me a lot of questions about my culture, about my heritage, what it's all about. Oh Lord.
Nothing like
You really gotta throw that one in there.
nothing like
OG Patrice, tell me that don't look like him. Oh my
I
God.
don't. And that looks nothing like me.
Put Mandrell face up there front too. Put it up there. Put Mandrell up there. Let's see.
Bruh, no.
Nah, I don't think
Thank
so
you.
either, Mandrell. I don't.
Thank you. I look nothing like you.
Oh Lord, help me, Jesus.
You see, man, they love you here. They protect you.
Oh,
see, nothing like me.
Marcus. He's back, Marcus. I'm mute.
My bad. It kicked me out. My bad.
There you go,
Yo,
Marcus.
Michael, yo, Mantrell, is that your cousin? Yo, yo, OG Patrice. I did that joke for you.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Why are we dropping out? This is sad. Did he really pull us out just to do this?
Wow.
This is horrible.
Oh my God.
That's why I'm glad I
It's
got
your
my
turn
girl
now.
OG Patrice.
It's your turn now.
Blackman Unfiltered. Blackman
I'm on
Unfiltered.
your side.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's why I'm glad I got my girl OG Patrice. She got my back, man.
All right, go ahead, Marcus. What were your thoughts about tonight?
Oh my God. Okay. Let me not cough up a lung. Okay. OG Patrice, to answer that question, what I think about immigration, coming from my father, who was an illegal immigrant and he never committed crimes down here and just started his own blue collar
But he's
job.
an illegal immigrant, but never committed a crime.
Well, yeah, there's that factor. Obviously, he did technically, but even though he came here on the 10th of being illegal, he didn't want to become more of a degenerate to society and contribute to degeneracy. He started his own blue collar business, and he did his part. He did his duty. He did his responsibility. He went back. He's been back to Mexico for about 5 years now, ever since Trump was in office. He wasn't going to let ICE, get him. He wasn't going to let Department of Homeland Security get him. He said, I'm going to leave on my own free will, on my own accord. He did. The timing of it was tough because there were times where he did get deported because he did get caught when I was younger, a little older. But sometimes those cages that they put people in are so inhumane, and a lot of stuff happened to not just Hispanics, all types of immigrants from other countries. It happens to a lot of other ethnicities, not just Hispanics. We just think about it because they're just south of the border, the neighbor country. But I think certain things should be changed. Will it happen? I don't know, but I hope and I keep faith and find the good fight like OG Patrice. Everybody else here, anybody else that contributed, not Vic Mackey, aka Mandrell.
So Marcus, have you been on ADOS101.com and look at the immigration thing we have on there?
I will now.
Check it out. ADOS101.com, and we have a big thing where we're talking about immigration.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll definitely check that out. And Mandrell, don't get mad, man. You're a superstar. I'll watch your show when you come back.
So Marcus, when are you gonna cam up and I'm gonna have jokes? You know that?
Hey, man, as soon as I get out of my job, I'll definitely cam up, man. I'll get you. We can roast each other. I don't care.
Cam up and I'm gonna have jokes too. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that is hilarious.
You just get your pedi done. You get your pedicure done.
I did. I'm gonna get another one too. That was nice. I ain't gonna lie. I got. Thank you, Q. If Q, you still watching, thank you, baby.
All right. Well, listen, man. I just want to say again, thank everybody for coming and coming out, man. I'm about to end the show. We had a great time. Island Q, thank you for stopping by and giving your thoughts. Thank Chicago Rilla for even stepping in tonight and looking at and what we had going on here. So I appreciate him.
Well, Rilla.
Yeah, he was in the chat.
Why tell him to come up for air?
He on a
okay?
he on a marriage break. He
I
enjoying his
know.
marriage. So
He's still celebrating his nuptials. Tell him to come up for
yeah.
air next
All right,
time
guys.
and come join the show.
So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, before we leave, the most beautiful, enchanting, one of the most beautiful, enchanting women on YouTube today, yours truly, Estella Mack is in the building. Estella, how are you tonight?
What's up, Stella?
Oh,
Hi,
yeah,
you guys.
Stella.
I'm driving. Sorry.
But it's
I
at
was trying to
midnight.
get in
Why
my
you
parking
driving?
garage.
Where you been, Stella? Where you been?
I was on the live, and then I was at work. I had to go, and y'all didn't have a StreamYard link in there, and I was like, when they gonna put a link in? So I left, came back, and I was like, oh, they get ready to wrap up. Let me call on there real quick. So I just wanted to say, as far as the topic is like, is it a threat to Black American progress? I answered earlier in the chat, and I said emphatically no. And here's why I say emphatically no, is because as ADOS myself, and this is like a new thing, I'm adjusting to it, but I consider myself American. There's nothing more American than being a Black person born and bred in America. That's my opinion.
Or, being native.
We are native. If you look at the definition legally and legalese, we are native.
True.
You were brought here to my land to come and help the white man steal it from us. Okay?
You mean Michael Chiklis?
Okay?
Well, we were here before Columbus came too, so we can't forget about that.
We were here before that.
All of that, yeah, before time. Absolutely. So, but when I say that Black immigrants cannot be a threat in my consciousness, in my mind, is because we just to bring it like up to more recent times, and by recent I mean like the last 100 to 150 years of history, a lot of things that have progressed in this nation because of Black people. A lot of those Black people are actually like children of immigrants, are actually immigrants. Earlier, We Ain't Signing had mentioned something about us having like a code of honor and things like that, and like following that, and why it's important now. But we do also have to remember and educate a lot of the new immigrant people who are coming here, like Africans who are from other walks of life that come here. They need to remember, like, a lot of the Black people that we honor here in this nation in this time, like Malcolm X, his mother was an immigrant, Black immigrant. Marcus Garvey, the movement that his father was a part of and helped found, was a Jamaican man. There are many people throughout history and important in Black history that actually have immigrant history, but it wasn't necessarily known because at those times in the 1800s and during like the Restoration period in America, like post-Civil War, a lot of Black people did migrate throughout all of the Americas to come here and to come to this nation to make their lives better and to give back to their communities back in their countries. My grandfather, a Black man, is a Puerto Rican who looked like a Canadian-born Black man, but on his certificate when he came into this country was able to put Caucasian because he was born in another country. So
He's
things
not
like that.
Caucasian, is he?
Not if he looked like a Canadian-born Nigerian.
And born in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they did that a lot. They did that a lot on the census. Yeah.
Black in the berry.
And as a survival mechanism, as well as knowing that walking down the street with your Black skin is just dangerous at that time. So there are a lot of nuances and things and caveats. I do agree that we do have to have a code of honor and construct that we should follow. And I do feel like that a lot of like first generation born American, like Black Americans who come from, families from other places, they do need to have a little bit more honor and respect for us, because I'm 34, and in my experience of like knowing people, I live in California, so I've met different people from all different type of walks of life, all different type of Black communities. I do think they do need to be more educated, and I do think it is our torch to carry to have that information and share that with each other, so you can know, like, you do need to honor and respect Black people as American and as really the goddesses of this nation and the gods of this nation, because we built this. And they're not going to learn that in any history class in any school that they go to. We have to continue to give out these narratives and these storylines We need to dig into our own history and be able to share about our own family history and be able to educate people on a on a personal level so they can understand like, no, I'm as American as apple pie, and what you're gonna know is that about me and all the great Black people in this country, Stokely Carmichael, a Trinidadian American, like people do need to know that all of that stuff is important and integral part of what makes us Black people in America so unique. I think we ain't signing, or one of the brothers was talking about even music and in arts. He was talking about like Afrobeat and like honoring that, and I was like, well, if you think about Afrobeat, you can't have Afrobeat without jazz music. You can't have hip hop without jazz music. You cannot have any of these styles of music without all of the things that were born in America: jazz, bluegrass, country, all birthed by Black people, Black Americans. And we need to be talking about this. So in some of these panels, I think maybe it's just our duty to not even argue about ADOS this and, first generation born American and all that. Like, yeah, we have to have these discussions and debates, but also one of the things we can do is use these panels as educational platforms. And I think that's an important integral part. And with the way the world is now, like with us having all this access, that's at the forefront now. So it's up to us, and maybe even my generation and the younger generation, that we need to be educating each other about our own cultures. We do have Black culture, and our Black culture is not dead. We just need to start speaking out on it, and we need to start informing ourselves and informing others who come here so they can understand, like, you don't have an America without Black America. There's no such thing. So I don't think it's a threat. I think we just need to continue to have these conversations, but also create them and turn them into educational platforms, not just talking and debates. Not that I love a debate and I love like the conversation has to be had, but where do we go from here? Like, how many of us came up on this panel? Like probably 20 different of us. We can all make an opportunity to make a panel that directly educates. Some of us here are educators. I'm a stylist, but I do a lot of talking. I have access to a lot of different people in my walk of life. So there's many things that I can do moving through my career as I get older to help educate people and different things. Black hair, Black style, all of this endless things that we can do to make the world a better place. And we can do it because we do everything. So I don't think
you're a hairdresser or something?
I'm a hairstylist, yes.
So you are a stylist.
A hairstylist, yeah.
Okay. And you work this time of night for a client?
Yeah.
Jesus.
What time is it where you are, Stella?
It's 10:54.
Oh, it's not that late.
Yeah, they're 2 hours behind Central Standard Time.
Yeah, it's not that late. What part of the world are you in?
Cali.
I'm in Bay Area, California.
What part of California again?
She a Cali girl,
Bay,
like me.
I'm where Tommy is, your boy Tommy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So let me ask you
I'm in
this.
Oakland.
Estella, inquiring minds want to know. I'm going to ask you a question because nobody else is going to ask you. So, you're single, is that correct?
I am.
And what's the max age you think that you would consider if a man were to address you?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on the person. Probably like.
So if a guy south of 40, mid 40, lower 40, 39, 37 would approach you and he really was a good guy, very successful, and he wanted to speak with you or take you on a date, you would do that. Is that correct?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, cool.
Mandrell.
I mean, because I'm going to say this because Mandrell's not going to say it. I think he may have said it. I may have stole his thunder. However, he has the Google eyes for you, Estella, since the first time he saw you on the platform.
Oh,
yeah. So he's been, he said nothing but great things about you. And so now he's not saying anything. However, this is a time, like you said. So this is a time for togetherness, guys. This is not a time for separation or division. So I want to make sure that I allow.
What?
Is this love connection?
Oh, Mandrell, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and what?
Say your piece. She's right there. She just said she don't care. It depends on the person. So here we go.
Hold on. You have access to the back chat?
To the back. I don't know how you do that.
Oh, it's just a little private area in the back. Has a
Yeah.
private chat on the
Oh
side. Do you
yeah,
see it?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. He's going. I think he's going to shoot you something. I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna
Oh,
put my
thank
number
you.
back here. You give me a call tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
In the back
Okay.
chat.
All
So
right. Y'all
silly.
have a good night.
All right, you too. Live broadcast, really?
Yes, that's what we do over here. Let me bring everybody back, damn it. OG
Hey.
Patrice, I did that shit, didn't I, OG?
Hey, I don't instigate. I
A
don't care.
love channel.
The love.
Something exciting and new for you.
Man, I had to change my avatar
The
name.
love panel on Black Men Unfiltered Network for you.
She sings the Love Boat.
So she got the number out of there?
I guess.
Okay.
It's back there.
Yeah. Okay.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome.
You're welcome, bro.
Really?
Wow, chicka wow wow.
I like how you changed his name too. You see that?
Estella, if you're still watching, thank you so much for being honest. And a lot. See how she didn't treat that man any kind of way? Damn it. Somebody said, Kevin Samuels, eat your heart out. Oh. So listen, guys.
Kevin Samuels gonna be like, how tall are you, Mandrell?
You know, at the end of every show, we got to have some fun, guys. We got to loosen everybody up before we get you back out into the real world, right? So thank you guys, man. It's Prestige, OG Patrice, Michael Chiklis. Thank you. Canadian-born Nigerian.
Hey, let me tell you something real quick.
Yes.
I do have a channel, but I'm trying to educate people on text. And I'm doing it for the public or for a greater good. So any guy who want to learn about technology, about my computers and stuff, you can come to my channel. We will have different topics to talk about. I will have Mandrill on my channel pretty soon. We will have the conversation that he may start up. We may have a part 2 of this. I would like to bring other people who have experience in IT in different levels. What we're trying to do is to educate people mind about the great thing about being into IT, and there's also some negative part behind it, but this is still good. At least you have an understanding from our experience. That's what I'm trying to do. Other than that, I'm a cool guy. I'm a team player. I work out with Black Men Unfiltered. We have these jokes every now and then. Today with Mandrill Day. You act on him and you do the matchmaker thing going, or you will keep it going that way. Other than that, I love you guys and I love this network. That's what's
Absolutely, man. Thank you.
Shout out Captain Phillips.
Absolutely. I am the king now. Okay, listen, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and end the show. Mandrill, stay behind because I got something to show you from what I did for you today.
Gotcha.
I'll fix that for you. So thank you. Hey, Carl's Car, thank you for being here. So don't hang up. Don't go nowhere, Mandrill. Stay right there. Everybody else, I love you guys, man. Thank you for being
All right,
here.
much love.
Much love
Peace,
to everybody.
much love.
Good night, everybody. See y'all in these YouTube
Y'all
streets.
too.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. You are amazing. And thank you for always supporting the channel. Please, guys, I'm going to clip that part. I am going to do that for you. Panafro Cannon. I'm going to do it. But guys, thank you for being here. If you're here right now, just coming in, I've been here for a while trying to test the channel out. You see, we have fun. You see, we have this serious conversation. You see what we're doing here at Black Men Unfiltered. So please, please, please hit the subscribe button. I'm on the road to 1,000. So please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button and the notification. Because if you're subscribed, hit the notification so you know when I go live. The next time you'll see me will be tomorrow at 11:30. I'll be bringing the daily news on every day, 5 days a week. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so it'll be 11:30 on tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. I'm sorry, Central Standard Time. What did I say? Oh, my lights went. Hold on, Alexa, turn on studio lights. Okay. So anyway, back to what I was saying. I had to do that, Alexa. But anyway, make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the notifications button. You'll see me every day at 11:30 until I can change, because the time goes back and forth because I try to insert it into my day. As I'm working, I try to give you guys some content. So I'll switch the time. So pay attention to those times. Hit that notification button. You'll know when I go live. And on Friday, Barbershop Talk. On Saturday, the ladies are back with real women. So Wind Down with Real Women will be back on 12:30 Central Standard Time on Saturday. So guys, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. This has been Black Man Unfiltered. Talk That Talk Tuesday. Peace.